Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, December the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a couple of yeses? Let me know that you can hear me and see my screen, please. Yes, yes. Oh, you can't see my screen. You cannot see my screen because I haven't started the sharing yet. Here you go. Okay, so the screen should be up and running now. So guys, we're in a massive gap down market day today. So we'll have to see what happens, of course, once the market opens. But nothing is safe right now. You can take a look at crypto, energy, marijuana, cannabis plays. I mean, there's EV. There's really nothing safe right now. Only thing that kind of caught my eye was this cult, only because one of these, again, it's holding pretty well, actually, pre-market. Wainwright has put an aggressive price target on them, $62. So, I mean, it's above the high in Friday. It's above the 200-day moving average a little bit. There was the high on Thursday, I guess, when it had its big day, 27. So anyway, with a grain of salt, that is the price target, $62. So now, there are so many gap downs, there's no point going over all of them. I'll just take a look at a few of the, maybe the gap ups right now. CANF. And by the way, this is what I mean. If I'm looking, here are my gap ups. BRG, I don't understand. I mean, it's some kind of a REIT. It just popped up. It's flatlining right now. But look at all the gap downs. If I scroll down, tons and tons of gap downs. Hardly any gap ups, of course, as would be expected with the SPY being down the way it is pre-market. So anyway, I mean, this BRG is ripping here. I mean, I saw this move. I guess it's being okay, so it's being acquired. So now this is an acquisition to be acquired by Blackstone Real Estate for $24.25 a share. So it's a little bit above that share price right now. Okay, so that's the news on BRG. And there was another acquisition that I'm noticing. VRS is an acquisition. VRS is an acquisition. And that's, you can always tell that by the flatlining. So anyway, CANF is up, phase 2. Phase 2 information. CANF is up on phase 2 information. Low float, Israeli stock. Low float through the 200-day moving average. SOPA, S-O-P-A, yeah, they were added to the, now there's so many of these little indexes in Russell. It's the I index, whatever that is. So they've been added to the Russell 2000 I index. Hence the reason for the huge pop this morning. Low float. LCTX, some news for LCTX this morning. A deal with Genentech. They got 50 million up front, 600 million maybe down the road if things go well, but 50 million up front. It's a big float though, 167 million. And getting right into the 200-day moving average. ITCI received FDA approval, ITCI. So it is still holding its gap pretty well. FDA approval for their drug. I think it's a bipolar drug. Hood keeps moving down. This looked like this was going to be an all-dayer on Friday, and then all of a sudden, it had that pop. Not all of a sudden, but it had the pop. Looked like it was going to keep gapping down. FSM. Yeah, I think what happened here is they received a 10-year extension, environmental extension. I think they have a mine in Mexico. So FSM, big float. Again, guys, I'm just pointing these out. These are just the movers in the right now. Whether anything happens, I'd be like probably everybody else right now looking to play any sort of a bounce to short it, depending on what happens. SRT is gapped up on no news that I can see. I'm just scanning quickly. I don't see any specific news on SRT. This is a low float. Yeah, cannabis play, CGC. I saw somebody short this one. There was a $7 price target put on this one. I think from Piper Sandler. I mean, look at. Let's take just a quick look at MJ, the ETF. Just horrible. Tilray was also down, TLRY. Now, on the way up, NVAX, of course, this is one of the bigger virus plays, NVAX. I think they received European clearance or authorization. And then, of course, Moderna. Moderna is up. That's on Omicron news. And blue was halted. I know it opened, and yeah, so a partial clinical hold on their drug. Yeah, BPMP is being acquired by BP. BPMP acquired by BP. So that's the reason for this pop up here. And yes, SPRB, the one that was all exciting play on Friday. They did get up to 581, and then as after hours it started to slide. This, of course, had that another aggressive price target put on by Oppenheimer at $15. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, obviously it's down quite a bit percentage-wise. We'll just have to see what happens, see if this 4 can hold, and see if it kind of resumes. And the trade of the week, I don't know about it. I mean, listen, guys. I mean, it's IYR, one of the real estate ETFs. I'd be a little reluctant right now to do anything. It's pretty tough to pick one stock as a trade of the week, but this is the real estate, one of them anyway, a real estate ETF. I think it's supposed to be live at $112.65. Be interesting day to say the least. So we've got this big gap down. And I'm just looking at some of my other scans, or my other thumbnail charts, just seeing if there's anything kind of interesting. Again, that halt is kind of interesting. All right. I mean, I can't remember. I remember this day here. This is on Wednesday, and then it had a big follow through day on Thursday. Bit of a pullback on Friday. Not much of one. I think the news. Well, obviously the news was positive, but it's a low float. This is a Norwegian stock. Is that correct? Or Swedish stock. This is BRG. Boy, this BRG is still ripping here on this buyout. It must be, maybe it's probably not all cash. 24.25. It is an all cash transaction. Interesting. This is an all cash transaction at 24.25 a share. So it's not. A lot of it might have been tied into the stock price, not this stock price, but Blue Rocks, and or Blackstone, sorry, but it's not. It's interesting. Unless somebody thinks there's going to be a competitive offer coming in, but that is interesting. The fact that it's an all cash offer at 24.25, and that is now trading way above it. Okay, guys, SPRB is having a little bit of a bounce now off that 4 level. Again, it's a very low float. All right, it is 9:11. Let me see if my upgrades and downgrades have hit my email. This BRG trading is pretty interesting, to say the least. All right, well, we have a few upgrades. More upgrades and downgrades this morning, so let me get a few of them in. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'm just trying to see is anything from... There are no multiple ones that I'm looking at. In other words, the same stock being upgraded by several firms. I don't see that. Let's take a look at the downgrades. Yeah, see a downgrade for Run. Somebody, I think Roberto was trying to take that one long. Do see a downgrade for them. All right, BV downgraded by Goldman. Let's take a look at that one. I think that's Buena Vista. Oh, Brightview. I'm completely wrong. For some reason, they're downgrading Brightview, BV. You know, I didn't analyze the news so much on this ITCI. I really don't analyze it nothing too, don't dive into it too much, anything really. But the ITCI, maybe William can shed some light on it. FDA approval, it's a bipolar drug. It's a big gap up. It's kind of holding the gap. Again, guys, there's so many gap downs. I mean, I'm just looking at what I'm hearing right now, of course, are the cruisers, CCL, NCLH, the EV plays. I'm hearing plug. I mean, they're just really, there's no really safe sector unless you happen to get into, I guess, a bio that has some, good news about either Omicron or in general the virus. Other than that, I don't see anything. Now, if you want to go long, now we could get a bounce later on. Except for this crazy BRG. This one is shortable for me too at Interactive Brokers. It's a little bit baffling why it is moving higher unless they're expecting a competitive bid. I must not be understanding this at all. All right, let's take a look and see what the sectors look like right now. I'm going to click on from new. I'm going to click on our dog channel bar. Take a look at the sectors and see everything is I can't imagine anything is going to be positive. I don't think there's going to be one positive sector. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is what's happening in the pre-market. So for instance, when you look at energy, every single energy stock that make up XLE is down from Friday's close. That's what that that's what that 100% means. Okay. Tech, there's 92% of them are down. Financials, 91% of them are down. So the only ones, I mean, if you want to call it a glimmer here, healthcare, only 66% of them are down. Okay, 34% of them are up. Real estate, 35% up. So I mean, this is a snapshot of what might happen once this market opens. But looking at it an hour from now, who knows? It could really change. But right now, anyway, there is no strong sector, especially energy. So if you're looking to play an energy play today, I mean, unless it's a something that has specific news to it, then it doesn't care what the sector is doing. You got to be awfully careful. No, I guess Spider-Man did a huge box office over the weekend. AMC a little bit up, a little bit, nothing fantastic. Had a big day on Friday though. Oxy was another one that I noticed in the pre-market. I mean, obviously every energy play is probably down. Oxy through that 200-day moving average on Friday. Well, it was an interesting what I read about that. You talk about West Side Story and what they said that the majority. I mean, with Spider-Man, basically under 35. And West Side Story probably is more an appeal to the older generation who know West Side Story and all, and they're just not going to the movies. It's that simple. Whereas the younger generation, they don't care. That was sort of a synopsis. I read about it. GRTX, guys, I noticed that, okay, well, GRTX, so the high here, 346. City maintaining coverage with a price target of 20. Why not? So here's City. City putting a price target of 20 on GRTX. GRTX, guys, is moving on that upgrade. I mean, doesn't matter what we think, how crazy, Citi is for putting a $20 price target on a 360 stock. Doesn't matter. We just have to try to see if we can carve out something from it. Don't be so cynical, William. Boy, look at NKLA. Oh, man. This cult is CALT is really holding well here, guys. I mean, it's over the 200-day moving average. Yeah, well, yeah, GRTX has a ton of room. So there may not be a Santa Claus rally this year, depending on what happens for the rest of this week. So yeah, so the GRTX now, I mean, it's cleared these two levels, 346 and 340. Those were the highs last week. Here's the 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. Lots of volume coming in. Devon Energy, DVN is on the way down. Also, another energy play. RLX is moving down for some reason. RLX. I don't see any specific news on it. RLX. Yeah, guys, GRTX definitely running here now. GRTX, low float, 11 million. This reminds me a little bit of the SPRB on Friday, with an aggressive upgrade or price target put on it. A lot of volume coming in. PBTS, I'm seeing PBTS is moving a bit here. Oh, it's well under $1. Okay, sorry. All right, CERN just got halted for news, guys. CERN just got halted for news. And that's CERN. This is a news halt. Had a big day on Friday, of course. Being bought by That's right. That was the rumor. That was the rumor And now, yeah, I see it now. Yeah, 850. It's funny, it wasn't halted until right now. I do see that $95 a share or so. Expected to report the deal to buy CERN. You got to be careful. I mean, close to a deal. It's close to a deal. So maybe now it is going to be officially announced. Oracle, ORCL, Oracle, ORCL. Expected to buy CERN. Just uncheck on your chart, just only two options really, okay? If you right click and go to properties, you can have it symbol linked or not symbol linked, okay? So that's what I've done on these ones and the ones that change to all the symbols. I've got it symbol linked. On the SPY, it's unchecked, okay? So right click, properties, go to symbol linking and uncheck it. Well, let's see, we're about 3 minutes to the open, 2.5 minutes to the open. Well, let's see if Hood's not quite an all-time low. It hit the all-time low on Friday. ITCI is starting to move down now, guys. I was really thinking about shorting this one. I did not take it. ITCI starting to move down at a high of 47 down to 43.90 now. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Thank you. Yeah, less than a minute to this open, guys. So this is sort of holiday week, Christmas week, whatever you want to call it. Seeing what happens. But let's have a great start to this trading week. It's going to be very interesting to see how see what this market gap down actually does. All right, guys, we're open. No, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. I'm expecting to get some of these 10-day daily breakdowns in here. That is really the only time I might take an earlier trade if I see something that, especially if it's at an all-time low. All right, well, guys, so we're down 460 in the Dow. We're down 227 in NAS, 50 SPY down 50. So no disconnect whatsoever. Okay, we have a little bit of a pop for BCDA. Didn't really see that one in the pre-market. Very choppy. Yeah, Wainwright saying that over 400% upside. Sure, why not? Well, guys, here's the CANF. This has been, I guess, the star in the pre-market. CANF. Low float, 16 million in the float. Is traded the float, of course, already. A little over about 2.25. Well, look at GRTX now. I mean, you know, I had a nice pop up to 377, got all the way back down to 337. I mean, these are big percentage drops. That's why I don't like trading first thing. You get these wild swings, especially for these smaller ones. CANF is holding. Let's back this out on the monthly chart and see what we've got here. Next high looking left is 4, is that right? 4, no, 262. 262 and 255 for the CANF. There's blue now moving down, guys. Blue moving down. All-time low. So I wonder if this will show up here pretty soon. All-time low on that news. Partial clinical hold. BDSI is, okay, no action in the pre-market really for BDSI. BDSI though moving higher here. Just trying to see if I can see a headline. I don't see a headline. Now this is an ETF, right? FNGU. Yeah, so it's an ETF. I don't typically trade them, but now there's Run now. Run is not an all-time low though, is it? No, not close. 27% above. Did have a downgrade. RUN had a downgrade. I'm more interested in the ones that are going to show up here that are all-time lows. Well, the stock with a mind of its own, GME, is running here. It was down quite a bit. Well, it was down about 5 in the pre-market, but it is running here, GME. All right, so we are now 5 minutes in. So the first candle, it's a 15-minute candle on the SPY. So it's narrow body so far. And we just got a halt here for SOPA, guys. SOPA just halted. So SOPA is being added to the, so I'm going to make sure I get this, the Russell 2000I index, okay? So that is the reason for this pop for SOPA, and it just got halted. It's a low float, 12.2 million in the float, so it's a low float. Of course, we saw this in the pre-market. Started to drift down a little bit, but volume coming in now. It's a low float. It's traded the float. Okay, so Cult is did not hold. I was really interested in this one. If it could hold this level here, might have taken some, but it looks like it's starting to drift down. All right, YMM on the way down here. So this was, I guess, an IPO back here. YMM on the way down, testing that 9 level, quite at an all-time low. Another one of these disaster IPOs. Okay, one moment, please. EV plays, of course, in disarray. Here's NIO, China EV play on the way down. Okay, so I'm just keeping an eye on that first 15-minute spike. Bar right here, candle right here, and see if maybe we get a bit of a bounce. You're going to play any bounce plays today? I mean, you know, unless you get the market on your side a little bit, at least neutral. Doesn't have to be going higher necessarily, but you certainly don't want to try to take a bounce play as things are moving now. Okay, here are a couple of, so there's SPWR and run, guys. So solar plays right now. SPWR, wow, that's a big level for it to try to take out. You know, I mean, look, keep an eye on the SPRB. It's a pump and all that, but volume is coming in still. I mean, crazy amount of volume on Friday, of course. It's a very low float, 7 million in the float. Okay, so SOPA is still halted. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:40 plus 53 seconds. So, and this looks like it's going to be a pretty positive open. 5:46. There's the halt at 5:20. So 5:46. There is a potential opening area. This is from Interactive Brokers. Boy, here's a disaster. BKKT, guys. BKKT. Yeah, this YM is interesting, but for me personally, I have to wait for a break of that 9, the whole number. Lots of up down action in the first 15 minutes, which is why I don't like to trade. BP, boy, BP. Now BP is buying BPMP. Okay, we have a little one here, THMO on the move. Low float, 10 million in the float. Don't see any specific news for it today, THMO. And when you look left, what do we see? 159 is the next high looking left, and then after that, 189. It's got a little bit of room. No action whatsoever in the pre-market, so don't know really what's going on. Vero is another one that is starting to move, another cheap one. VERO. Some volume coming in. Again, no action in the pre-market. One of these EV plays, wow, VLDR, almost an all-time low now. VLDR, underneath 5, almost an all-time low. VLDR, wow. Sabra, SBRA moving down here. Maybe might have some support around 1250 or so. Not getting too many alerts right now, guys. Really, it's nothing really even on the downside. I'm not getting too many new alerts. Another one on the way down here, GPK. Now this is still a relatively strong stock. Lifetime range is, so it's coming into maybe some support areas. Again, I'm more interested in the ones that are close to a lifetime low. Doesn't mean that these ones won't work, but a little more interested in the ones near a lifetime low. So we've even had a bounce or a run in SPWR. Okay, so the Verso takeover is called a negative for graphic packaging. I mean, that's what that's a headline. The Verso takeover is called a negative for graphic packaging in WestRock. Okay, according to whoever wrote that headline. And again, this is what they're talking about. This is the takeover VRS being bought out. All right, this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt for the SOPA, SOPA. It could open in about 20 seconds if it's going to be a 10-minute halt. I'll leave it up here. Now, you see, remember, this has now gone a little bit up, 560, 560. I think we saw I can't remember what it was, but it was maybe 540. So let's see if this actually opens. And there it is. So it just opened. Big pop-up, guys. Big pop-up for SOPA, SOPA. And on the run here. Low float, 12.2 million in the float. Yeah, you want to, yeah, they're print that one out for GME. Got up to 160, came right back down to 152 in that first 15 minutes. Look at SOPA, guy. Wow, SOPA is on the move, really on the move, based on their being added to the Russell 2000 I index. And it just got halted again. So traders are looking for anything that might be moving, and they're piling into this one. So the SOPA hit it in my watch list at 565. I'm not sure how easy it would have been to get. Well, probably not at 565, but certainly on the way up. Let's see what happens. What sort of resistance is there on the daily chart? I'm not in this one, so AUVI just got halted. AUVI just got halted. Okay, some of these are coming out of the woodwork. This used to be a virus play, I think. AUVI coming into what I consider a lot of resistance though. However, oh my goodness, there must be some news or something. If this is going to hold, look at this. Look at this. I mean, I'm not saying this is going to hold, but it's halted at 485 AUVI. Now that's crazy. That's crazy. I don't believe this is going to hold, but this looks like it's going to be a pretty strong open. 4.8 million in the float. I'm sure this will get closer to 485 as we get closer to the 5 minutes, but right now this is quite interesting to see where it may open. AUVI. No, GPK is continuing down, guys. I did not take this one on the short GPK. Through the 200-day moving average, I'm just looking here. It looks like there could be, pretty decent support here, but it may continue down. Again, they're saying that the VRS takeover is bad for GPK. Yeah, there's Sava. Wow, Sava, no kidding. Look at this, getting just crushed here. This VRS is, now again, this is a buyout, but it's moving. It's actually kind of moving here. Okay, guys, YMM could be interesting. Now it's under 9, all right? It's under 9. Not quite an all-time low, but Yeah, the YMM, the longer it holds under 9, and this is coming from my 10-day daily breakdown. It's not quite an all-time low, but it's got room. The all-time low, I think, is under 8. Well, VRS is on the move here, guys. I mean, it's a buyout, but it is on the move a little bit. Somebody thinks there's going to be a rival bid coming in, but it is on the move a little bit. ROIV. Okay, Chris, somebody else is saying that in the room also. ROIV. No action in the pre-market. It's not a low float. 332 million in the float, so this is not a low float. But obviously an all-time high now, and just got halted. ROIV just got halted. ROIV just got halted. All right, so AUVI came down to earth. There was no way that what it was saying, like 1313, was going to hold. However, I got halted at 285. If you're into these ones, you might want to put an alert, say just over that halt price, and see if it takes it back and starts to run from there. And that is the only issue I've got. It looks like there's a ton of resistance right around, between 5 and 520 or so. So, but maybe not. There it is. I mean, it's trying to run again. 486. All right, so SOPA is still halted, 946, so this is going to be now probably another at least 10-minute halt. For SOPA, and here's the projected open. Again, look at this, what a run. This has been the star for sure today on that news that they're being added to the Russell 2000 I index. Okay, guys, we've had no rally yet in the market. Zip. There's the first 2 candles. No, there's no clue yet, really. I mean, here's the halt for ROIV. There's the halt, 1371. Yeah, 1380, 1380. We'll have to see once it opens, of course. I don't know if this was an IPO or a SPAC or a name change. Well, it looks like I'm missing the boat on the GPK. The GPK is running down. I did not take this one. GPK on the short. All right, let's load up the SOPA and see if it does open. Yeah, nope. I'm sorry. So if it's going to open if it's a 10-minute halt, It'll open in about 20 seconds. So I'll keep it up here. This one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so all right, 3, 2, 1, open. There we are. There's the open. Wow, big open, 682. ROIV resumed. A little bit above the halt price. 1371 was the halt price, so it's at 14 right now. And now, wow, good grief. Well, obviously, if you could have got it anywhere close to 565 from my watch list, SOPA just got halted again, 748. Wow. I'm not in this one, guys. I'm not in it. All right, keep an eye on the cult. CALT. Again, aggressive price target, $62 price target. It had a pullback down to about $25.50. It is right back up. I'm not saying to take this because of the price target, but that is the news this morning. And that is Wainwright putting this price target of 62 on them. Yeah, don't see any news on it. Don't see any news on this ROIV. And I wonder if that float is right. That's a huge float for a stock that has moved 46% with no news that I can see. Well, this GPK keeps inching its way down. All right, well, YMM did not hold underneath 9, not yet anyway, so I'm going to stick my alert again around 882 and see if it takes it out later on. Well, you can always take a look at a run, a change in the last 30 minutes or something. I don't know, IRA in. Yeah, but this happened. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. I mean, but you can always, this is a volume increase, huge volume increase for our IREN. But that's right at the end of the day. I mean, I don't know what happened there. If there was any news or. Because that's the last candle, right? 345. Whether that happened at 4. This is 355. So I mean, you can put volume increases. A volume increase. But this really was not trading at all until it's awfully hard. Something was not trading at all, really, and then all of a sudden. I mean, you can put a change in 15-minute or 5-minute. But by the time you see it, it may be too late, What are you going to start chasing it here, 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 here? You know, I mean, there was the start right there on very little volume. You know, the volume came in here, but that might have been too late. I don't have anything specifically to you know, look at something like this when the volume is so low most of the day. Easy come, easy go, guys. I mean, look at this now. 1683 back down to 14 for the ROIV. I don't think there are super shorts for me. No. Boy, another halt though. 8-8. Yeah, the GRTX is now back up, guys. It was very rocky. I mean, it got all the way down to 316. It got up to 377, right back down to 332. Maybe now it's sort of settling a little bit. You're not going to get the wildness. 4 is a big level for it to take out. You look left on that daily chart, or monthly chart, sorry. 850 is the next high. So again, Chris, I mean, you can try something like this. You know, the change in 5 minutes, and create a top list or something like that, and the change in 5 minutes. You know, or a 2 minute change, a percentage, and see the ones that are moving the most in the last 2 minutes. Even 1 minute if you want in a top list. I don't think the top list will work on the 1 minute, maybe the 2 minute. Okay, GRTX guys. Okay, GRTX got a lot of room. Is it going to hold this 4? That's the key. So they're sure. Again, so the news for them, Citigroup has raised it from 11 to 20. So I would absolutely be keeping an eye on this to see how well it holds 4. And this is the GRTX. It's been very whippy. But as Zach points out, you know, it's a little bit like the SPRB on Friday, which had a tremendous run on their upgrade. I'm going to stick an alert just around 4, just over 4. And again, it's a low float, 11 million in the float. That's why these things can have these runs. Yeah, I see CRN is open. CERN is open, yep. So I guess. All right, so this is now official. Oracle buying Cerner. Okay. This is now official. Like, really keep an eye on the GRTX, okay? the ideal situation where maybe for it to just kind of base here for a bit and then take out blast through 4 on volume. You know, always need the volume. That's all traders are looking at though. Citigroup putting a $20 price target on them. It's all they're looking at. Yeah, Sava is taking a thumping. You're right. I'm really trying to concentrate on this GRTX. And SOPA just resumed. Wow, this is just will not quit. It's a good thing you guys don't have shorts. Look at this. I mean, this is amazing. I mean, we see stocks run when they're added to an index, but this is a little bit crazy. But again, I guess it's because, you know, it's not that long ago. I mean, it's not that long ago. A little over a month ago, this was up to 80. I remember this day. I mean, there's no reason for it. That's right. Is this the China IPO? It's not a China IPO. This is one of those ones that very few shares were issued. Can't remember what the IPO price was, but it had this strong first day and a crazier second day before it came back down to earth. Yeah, it's going to be, yeah, well, it is halted. SOPA is halted. Not, there it is. What is SDIG? This sounds more like an ETF. No, it isn't. Stronghold Digital Mining. Another one of these ones. Look at this. IPO. Now, this is an all-time low. Stronghold Digital Mining, obviously a crypto play. Bit of a spread issue on this one. Well, the volume is still, guys, the volume is still pouring into GRTX. I'm looking at that 15-minute chart for GRTX. See, the volume is still, look at that, the volume is still coming in. What time is it? 10:09. So this still has, this could be the biggest volume bar of the day. So the volume is still coming in. It still has about 6 minutes to close. So watch for this for a big pop through 4, GRTX. I better put my alert just over 4. I'm going to put my price alert around 405 for it, GRTX. This is kind of doing what I was kind of hoping it would do, just base under 4 for a bit and then pop through 4 maybe. Again, I'm not giving you guys financial advice on what to do with this one, but it's obviously pretty interesting. Okay, guys, well, here we've got our 4. It's going to hold over 4 now. Volume is still strong. Look at that. It's the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, guys, I missed the boat. I missed the boat on the GPK. I thought I thought there was too much support right around here, but I missed the boat on it. But that's a great one from the yeah, the 10-day daily breakdown, 1874 down to 1812 now. All right, GRTX, another crack at 4. Yeah, the ITCI, it's interesting. I mean, I thought it looked like it was going to really fade, right. Well, it did. It got down to 42, but it's a big pop up. They did have some news, FDA news, about an approval, FDA approval. I think they're a bipolar drug. Okay, guys, the GRTX back over. Yeah, Vero is still strong here. I do see it in my momentum scanner, VERO. A lot of resistance, I think, coming up close, so to 2. So I don't think there's, in my opinion, there doesn't appear to be that much room. I mean, look, if you bought it at 170 and got up to 2, that's a great percentage move. Just don't know if it can do that. There's a lot of, in fact, most of this resistance is about 20 cents away. Meanwhile, yeah, the market is in not any sort of a bounce mode at all. Look at this. I mean, nothing. No green candles. No nothing. All right, guys. Very big key one here now. The GRTX still hanging over 4. Let's see if the volume keeps. Doesn't have to be as big as the last one, but see if the enthusiasm is still here. I'm talking about. Look at that volume right there. Yeah, well, I agree on the GRTX. I mean, the longer it holds 4, it'd be nice to establish a nice base at 4, and then to really pop from there. Boy, oh boy, I missed completely and utterly missed the boat on the GPK. Look at that, 1874, almost $1 move down now through that 200-day moving average. I outsmarted myself on that one, guys. I just thought there'd be too much support fairly close to that 1874. Okay, this one, ATY, why are you doing what you're doing? Actually, it's not a low float, but again, I think this is coming into a lot of resistance. ATY, it's on the move a bit here. All right, GRTX giving up 4 just a little bit here. Let's see if it regains it. Yeah, this bounced actually. YMM actually bounced. The full truck alliance, okay? I was really interested in this one also. See how well it was holding under 9 or under 9, but it actually bounced. All right, we have a green starting of a green candle here, guys, on the SPY. I think, yeah, both Run and SPWR, both these two solar plays, they kind of bounced. What a time to have earnings. CCL is actually an earnings play, guys. It's actually up a bit. CCL is an earnings play coming into, it's 1907 right now. Looks like a lot of resistance around 1925-ish to 1950. What a time to have earnings. All right, guys, GRTX. Keep an eye on it. Trying to get back over 4 again. Even so, the cruisers, for whatever reason, guys, the cruisers are bouncing. NCLH, CCL. I mean, the cruisers actually are positive. All right, there's your GRTX again, attempting to get through that 4. Let's see if it does it in a big way. That's what they say, okay. Pretty brave of them, but okay. GRTC, main focus for me. I'm sorry, GRTC, GTRX, main focus for me right now. All right, guys. Well, okay. First of all, it's 10:22, so I'll start my little spiel right now. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. Eastern to 3:30 p.m. Okay, these are the new hours. So I do open the room. Actually, sometimes I open it earlier than 8 o'clock, but certainly no later than 8 o'clock. I don't get onto the mic, live on the mic until 9 o'clock, all right? And we go to 3:30, and then I hand it off the YouTube room. I hand off to Chris at 3:30, and he takes it to 4:30 in our YouTube room. We do have a promo on right now. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. Putting this in our YouTube room. All right, guys, here we go. Where am I? Okay, my home page. So you click on my home page. Here's the link I put in here. Put it in the off topic also. And my homepage tab is here, and you can always find the link there too. Okay, I'm going to click on it, give you an idea how much Trade Ideas will cost. Jolly 25 for 25% off. So there's your promo code. Make sure you put the Jolly all in capital letters. You click on Get Trade Ideas, and this is what you'll see. So we have 4 plans: an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. Premium $22.68 a year minus the 25% on an annual basis. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25% on an annual basis. The big difference is the AI. There's only one alert so far today. I'll go over that in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. If you start off, in fact, this is my recommendation, do not, if you don't know this program, do not take an annual subscription. You can always start off with a standard monthly, premium monthly. You can apply the 25% discount to the first month only. But, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if within 30 days, you take a subscription now with that 25% off, if within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Okay? So there's no reason to take an annual just because you think, well, I want to make sure I get a 25% off. You can always start off here, and you can always upgrade later on. Okay? As long as you do it within 30 days. Now, on my homepage, we have 3 free sections. The Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern. And then we have a lot of education right here. Most of it is geared, of course, specifically to trade ideas. So I have a big user guide now. If you're new to trade ideas, this is what I would do. I would take the 20 introductory lessons, covers all the basic features, top lists, alert windows, how to create them, all the way down to the AI and Brokerage Plus. Daily support sessions, so you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. I do take a break at around noon, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is Monday, so that should be Sean. I'll verify that before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I do take my break. And of course, Chris is in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 not every day, Monday to Friday. Daily webinars. So I don't think you can sign up for them all here, but I don't think we'll have any webinars until January. And then we have back to basics. Back to basics, okay? So this is free, and if you're new to trading, or you're looking for a good refresher, you can take a look at this. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? And this is free. All right, guys, I think we have a bit of a winner here in the GRTX. Let's see how far this can go. Ija, is that you again? Ija son? You changed your name. Did I? Nope. Not me. All right, guys, let's see. What else is happening here? So first of all, again, if you're new to the room and you're new to trade ideas, just a brief explanation about what you're seeing. We're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market, okay? This is an example of a scanner. And I should say this also. Doesn't matter who your broker is, what broker you're using. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas, okay? We're a scanner. So this is an example of a scan. Right click, configure, summary. You know what I forgot to do? Probably an important part. Just give me a moment, please. Get back to my home page. I forgot maybe almost the most important part. So you click on my link. So I mentioned there are 3 free sections: the trade of the week, the stock of the day, all the education. I forgot to mention my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. All right. Now, this is probably my favorite scan, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Nothing really happening now. I think in about mid-January, we'll get back into earnings season, and this will be very active. Okay. All right, guys, GRTX. But these are the scans that I'm sharing, all right? These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down, okay? These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. But I've got a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like. You can take a look at them all, of course. Now, but if you want to build your own scans, of course you can do so. This is an example of a scan that I put together. The DR stands for don't repeat. I'll explain that a little bit later. But you always start off with filters, all right? So in this particular scan, this is what it's looking for. Stocks between $2 and $35, a current volume of 8 means it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. I'm just trying to show you the concept. You always start off with filters. If these filter criteria are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see the GRTX, okay? And of course, that's why you have filters, because if you just said, well, show me stocks making a new high for the day, of course you'd be inundated with alerts. So you always start off with filters. So the good news is that you don't have to learn a programming language, okay? If I right-click configure and then I click on the search, this shows me all of the alerts that we have. And when it comes to these icons, these are all the filters that we have. So please listen really carefully. You don't have to learn them all right? Why we have a lot of alerts and filters? We have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So what we try to do is create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? You don't have to learn them all. So don't get overwhelmed. Don't think, oh my gosh, I can't learn all this. You don't have to. So that's if you want to build your own scans and you don't have to learn a programming language. So again, I showed you how I'm sharing some of my scans. Also, if you click on from our toolbar, you click on New, Dock Channel Bar. Right here, you'll see a lot of themed channels. So for instance, here's a momentum channel. Okay, if you saw a scan that you thought, I wouldn't mind having maybe that as part of my layout, all you have to do is save the scan to the cloud. You can make adjustments. You can make adjustments to my scans too. So for instance, what I mean by that is if you take a look at the scan and click on Configure, Summary, this is what this scan is looking for. Okay, stocks between $1 and $50, etc. Now you might look at that and go, you know what, I like a different price range. No problem, just make a change. Maybe you want it between 10 and 100. So you make the change, say OK. So now the change is made. Now, if you want, you can save this to the cloud, all right? And I'll show you why I'm telling you that, because now you can go through the different channels and start extracting scans that you might like to be part of your layout. Now, just a word about what I did here when I made a change. If I leave this channel and come back to it, the change is not saved. Why? Because the channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change to something does not necessarily reflect what everybody else wants. Okay? So, but that's the whole idea really, is to go through the channels and maybe extract scans that you like. You might want to take a look at and then incorporate it as part of your layout. So we'll go to another one, stock surging. Here's this, so you might look at this and go, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking a look at this one and having it as part of my layout. So all I'm trying to do right now is showing you the idea of going through the different channels, extracting scans that we've created, saving them to the cloud, and then if you've done that, file load from cloud, and if you did that, you'll see them right here. You just load, 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 thereby creating a layout without actually having to know how to create any scan from scratch. So we try to make it very, very simple for you. Well, I was all over a 4 breakout orb. I was waiting diligently for a 4 breakout, okay? It wasn't just a high of the day. It was, for me, the whole number of breaks are very important. Also, understanding why it's moving. It's a very aggressive price target put on by Citigroup of $20 for this. Whether it's going to happen, I don't know, but that's all traders are looking at now. Mr. Reel, good morning. Morning, Sam. What is short interest in a specific stock or just in general? Just one moment, please. Yeah, so what do you mean just in general? What is short interest or in a specific stock? Short interest, if it's in general, is if you look at the float and the short float interest, that's just telling right here that of the 11 million in the float, almost 10% is short. So you want to know what the short interest is for AAL? Well, what we have is 17%. So from our provider, that's what they have for us. All right, guys, so now let's talk a little bit about the AI. We've got 3 alerts from the AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Okay, I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Make it really simple, okay? When you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. These are just attached. I've attached it to my earnings, but don't worry about that. This is the window that you're going to see. You just basically wait for the alerts to happen, okay? You have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. There's no video on how to trade the AI. It can be, I use it like a watch list. I like the ones that are under 20. That's just me, though. That's how I tend to use it. Yeah, so it's the increase then in the short interest, okay? That's all. It's the increase. So if it was 17%, so that if remember now, these things get updated every 15 days, I guess. That's typically how this works. So it just means that 17%, as an example, would represent a 36% increase in the short interest. So let's just say a third. So let's just say it was about 14%. Now it's 17%. Okay, just doing. Okay. Again, it just means that people are thinking that this is people are piling in as a short for AAL. Yeah. That's what it means, yes. Halted again on the way up or on the way down? Okay, guys, this is still active. It had the drop, yes. It got all the way up to 874, and now we're halted on the way up again. Be interesting to see how this one opens. Nicely done on the Sava. Zach. Yeah, the apps is on the move. Wow, is it ever on the move? No big clue where this is going to open yet. There's the SOPA, there's the halt at 785, 785, 8. So there's not a big clue. I mean, it looks like it's going to open higher. Again, they're big news being added to the Russell 2000 I index. Meanwhile, what's the market doing? So the market is basing a little bit. I guess that's about the best we can say. Market's basing a little bit, at least the SPY is. The Dow is still getting thumped. Nas is getting thumped. As BKKT continues to move down, this is something I have thumbnailed. I'm just watching this one, not in it, but all-time low just about BKKT. I don't know. It's hard for me to believe it was added to the Russell 2000. It says the I. It said the I index. So, I mean, there are all sorts of different, I guess, categories in the Russell. This said I index. I don't profess to know what that really means. Now it just says Russell 2000. So I honestly don't know. I mean, it said when I saw this first, maybe it was a typo. There's no way to know if it's going to be a 5 or 10 minute halt. No. Typically they're 5, but if they're not 5, then it's going to be usually a multiple of 5. But there's no way that I know anyway of knowing whether it's going to be a 5 or 10 minute halt. CRS was halted because of news. I have no idea why PKKT is down so much. I think they had financings, but other than that, I don't know. Levi's. Is this an earnings play by any chance? Levi? No, it is not an earnings play. So they're moving down. Levi. A press outage at, what does that mean? A press announces press outage at reading for, okay. Unplanned, oh, I see. Oh, a press, okay. So that's what they do. Okay, wow. All right, well, there's your news for CRS. Boy, this GPK is another leg down. I did not take this short. Well, if the SOPA is going to open in 10 minutes, this will be opening in less than a minute. It got halted at 10:39 plus 33 seconds. Wow. Well, where could this keep going down? I mean, GPK, there's some on the monthly chart, 1683 or so. So there's got another dollar or so. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but man, oh man. I basically just second guess myself on this, not taking the short. And now SOPA's open, guy. Wow, and I think it just took out the high. Absolutely took out the high. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm just watching to see if this is going to get halted again. All right, let's take a look at the weekly chart. What is the next high? Well, that's broken that one. Next high looking left on the weekly is 1145. Let's say, again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Ali, I have no idea. I mean, I see a stock composite rating of 50 right now for GPK, so I have no idea. I mean, this is getting hurt because, well, the news is they're saying they will not benefit from this VRS buyout. Obviously, the same sector or something, so I don't have but my composite rating says 50. Now, before that, maybe it was a fairly strong stock, but today, because of that news, it's getting hammered. All right, I know some of you are following DWAC. DWAC is on the move here, guys, over 50. I was watching this one as it was holding this 50. Volume coming in, DWAC. Where are you seeing a 97 anyway for the GPK? I mean, that does seem awfully high, but where are you seeing a strength rating of 97 for GPK? I'm just looking at the past strengths. I'm not seeing. There it is. Okay. I see what you're looking at. Yeah. Well, obviously, I mean, it's just stats. Statistics. This was on the 16th. Okay. This was on November 16th. So that's a long time ago. No, no. I'm sorry. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. They were questioning how does GPK have a strength score of 97? But this is on the 16th of November. A lot has happened since then. Well, the current ones do, yes, every 30 seconds. If you're looking at that Market Explorer, they do, but I mean, the 11th, but you have to look at the date. I mean, we've got we're I guess in that Market Explorer window that you're obviously referring to, it has a lot of them. They do get updated, but you just have to look at the current date. All right, guys, just a word about this window that you're seeing here called Brokerage Plus. Okay, so this blue window that you see here is we call it Brokerage Plus. First of all, only accessible if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, you don't have access to it. The link I put in here called the Brokerage Plus link has 2 videos. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You have to connect. You see underneath here, Brokerage Plus, 2 options. One is live, one is sim. Again, the short video shows you how you connect if you have an IB or E-Trade account. The longer video goes into way more detail about how you can use this window to trade. Also, more importantly, I think for a lot of people, is as a simulator, paper trader. Okay, it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use this to practice trading. I would really encourage you to use it. If you're brand new to trading, do not commit money to the market until you practice trading. If you cannot make money in a simulator, I guarantee you will not make money attached when you try to trade real money. And unfortunately, though, even if you can make money in the simulator, there's no guarantee that you'll make money because, when you start trading with your money, a lot of emotions come in. But please practice trading first. Really simple to do. Say I wanted to trade GRTX right now as an example. Okay, I just pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's go 400 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. There's only a penny spread. So I took the trade right here. Now, if I want to hold this trade, if I don't get rid of this trade at the end by the end of the day, then this is how you can practice swing trading. Okay, if you leave a trade in, you don't get out of it at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. These are hotkeys. You want to get out of a trade, you highlight it, you flatten it. That gets you out of a trade. You can get out of half your trade, or you can double your position. Of course, you could go here and pick how many shares you wanted to exit or buy. Okay, but these are just some hotkeys that you have. And as always, when you trade, you should always have a stop. In other words, not every trade is going to work. You have to have a price, in my opinion anyway, when your trade is starting to work against you. Where are you going to get out? With a manageable loss. You don't want to, if you have a $5,000 account, first of all, you don't want to be risking $1,000 a trade. All right, so if you can, I should have taken 500 shares to make this easy, but you should have a stop in place. In this case, I'm going to put my entry, I'm going to put my stop at $3.90. I'm going to show you why. And you'll see a red line will appear very close to $100. See, the stop is at $3.90, 98 minus 98. So in this particular case, what I always do in the simulator to demonstrate how you can use it, I always risk $100 on the trade. All right. So that is what share size made to get 400. I put 395 was my stop, which is 25 cents away from my entry. If I divide 25 cents into $100 that I'm risking in the simulator, I get 400 shares. So in other words, when I trade, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I take will be based on the difference between my entry and my stop. The other thing is, I think, the way I trade anyway, I have a checklist. Unless I can check everything, I don't take the trade. Okay, you should have it, in my opinion anyway, you should have a checklist. You should always be actually looking for reasons not to take the trade. Unless everything has to be fulfilled before you take the trade. You can be, that's, in my opinion, you should be way more selective rather than just thinking, I think this is going up, so I'll take the trade. Meanwhile, this APTS is just, I don't know what's going on with this. Average monthly rents jumped 7% in November. New York and Florida taking spotlight, okay? All right, guys, maybe round 2 for GRTX. All right, this SOPA is actually basing here, guys. It's not a terrible spread. Well, it's kind of, maybe not basing anymore. Looks like once they give up, well, it just gave up 8. Sorry. All right, meanwhile, the market is, there's no bounce yet. Zero bounce yet in this market. We had a little glimmer here of a green candle, but we're still trending down. All right, as I say, maybe round two for. And we have another halt. Volatility halt for KRMD. Volatility halt, guys, for KRMD. And there goes Gridix again. So we have a vault. Okay, so KRMD just got halted. Coming right into the 200-day moving average. Probably, I mean, to me, it looks like there's a ton of resistance nearby. So, but let's see if there's any specific news for it. I don't see any specific news for it. This is the, so it's halted at 343. This is Interactive Brokers, time and sales, kind of maybe giving a clue where it may open. Right now, if you were in this one, this does not look great. But this can change, of course. KMDN? Why am I doing that? Oops, KMDN, sorry. Oh, okay, yeah, no, we know, it's halted. Maybe you don't hear me. Yeah, it's halted, we know that. You probably don't hear me. Circulation, okay, so that is, all right. Well, I guess this is news. 1104. Granted FDA approval for Freedom Integrated Syringe Infusion System. Okay. So that looks official. That doesn't look like just one of these traders are circulating information. You guys are talking about Jewel flying under the radar. What is it doing? JWEL? Yeah, no kidding. I mean, lifetime high, JWEL. Halt again for, whoa, and this is a halt on the way up now. This is pretty whippy, guys. You gotta be awfully careful. Look at this. I mean, it's got down to 750. Tax on $1.50, just like that. Another new high, not quite. 8.99 is the high. This looks like, it's hard to know. I mean, it's, suggestion right now, 8.30. This is all over the place. Hard to predict where this is going to go. AERC. Let's take a look at AERC from Zach. AeroClean Technologies. Oh, I remember this one. I mean, remember, guys, it's got up to 118 plus not that long ago. We're talking less than a month ago, November 29th. And of course, the next day it just absolutely crashed. And low floater, yes, 5 million in the float. So anything can happen. All right, KRMD just resumed. What did it hit? I mean, that news, I mean, it didn't really pop at all in the news. I mean, it popped before the news. News was released, got halted, and now look at it. Like the market is saying, oh, well, we don't care. It got right up to the 200-day moving average. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm just really watching now the GRTX to see how well it holds this 4 level again. I'm completely out of it now, but I'm interested if it really holds this 4 level again. It's a pretty big pullback now. And the only reason I'm interested, of course, is because of that $20 price target put on by a Citi Group or Citibank or Citi something. I should actually, Citigroup. All right, SOPA, wow, SOPA resumed way up here. Got to be careful with it, guys. I mean, just be awfully careful with this SOPA, okay? I mean, this is what traders are looking at, though. They're looking at way back here. They got up to almost $78. This was a really cheap IPO. Cheap and with very few shares. This reminds me of the SOPA. I mean, SOPA has actual news, but this, I don't think this has any news. And when I say this, I'm talking about the AERC, but it's the same situation. I'm not sure if this was a Not sure if this was an IPO back here. Might have been. Think it might have been also another low float or low number of shares issued, cheap price. GNFT, I think it had a either a downgrade or a break or an upgrade. I could have sworn I saw that one. Yeah, it had an upgrade. GNFT actually had an upgrade this morning. Don't know who, but did have an upgrade. Wainwright, okay, thank you. Well, this was a good alert. I mean, the daily breakout, APTS 1557, 1571 right now, straight up in the face of this market. Oh wow, that's what you call an alpha stock. Alpha stock meaning it doesn't care what the market's doing. Look what it's doing. Look what the market's doing. I'm just watching this GRTX, guys, to see how well it holds this 4 level again and see if it has another run. I think it could easily, well, I'm not trying to make any predictions, but it could have another run just because of the news, and it could just be resting now, but we'll have to see. You know, I'm not predicting it's going to run, but because of the float, it's traded the float 6 times. All right, I will show you how to do that. Can you hear me? About how, okay, you can hear me? All right, so here are the steps. First of all, close down your Brokerage Plus window, okay? So close it down, don't worry. We'll save it as a default, like this is what I typically do. Save as default, so you'll have all your columns, etc. But close it down, number one. Number two, go to Tools, Options, and then where it says Layouts, see where it says Opening Windows? If you check Open in Dock Window, and then Save. I'm not going to do that, but let me know when you've done that. Okay, now when you open your Brokerage Plus window, when you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, it'll open up. Now I don't know how many dock channels windows you've got, but it'll open up in one of them, and then you just have to. So if you only have one, you'll see it, and then you just have to put it wherever you want. Okay, now. To me, this is important. Go back to your tools and options, and then back to your layouts. Now, unless you want every time you open up a new window, a new scan, a new, whatever, unless you want it to go into a dock immediately, uncheck that. because that's not what I want. You know, I want to pick and choose. So I would uncheck that unless you want every time you open a window, it's going to, you know, find its way into a dock window. I would uncheck that and then save it again. Up to you, of course, but that's what I do. I do not want every time, so in other words, every time I load something from the cloud, I don't want it to go into a dock window. You know, I want it as a free floating window. Then I can, if I do want it, then I just, you know, put it where I want. Well, my trades, maybe with the money you're making with APTS, you can buy a new keyboard. Yeah, it is sub 4. I mean, listen, it may be over. It may be completely over today, but I'm definitely going to be watching it later on. See if it regains its luster. Have alert set up in this area here. In fact, I should set an alert around 414. See if it takes that out later on. Yeah, it's going crazy. I just couldn't take it because it's too extended. I mean, you know, on blind faith, I guess I could have taken it, but it was just too extended. I mean, obviously right there would have been awesome, but you know, I just didn't really see an entry that I felt comfortable with. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I have to change headsets. All right, back. It is extended, that's for sure. I don't know where this AERC is going, but it is definitely extended. That's all traders are looking at, though. I know I keep saying that, but I mean, you know, look, the psychology. The psychology of looking at a trade like this is all traders are looking at it and saying, "My goodness, it got to 116 not that long ago." You know, less than a month ago, 11/29, November 29th. Yeah, look at Sigma here. Wow, SGMA making a low here. Look at this after, boy, being up to 17 something about 5 days ago, 6 days ago. Now it's down to 1033. I don't know how you guys swing trade. I have no idea how you can pick things. Where are your stops? There is the SOPA, guys. SOPA. Yeah, right. Honestly, though, I have no idea how anybody swings in these sort of markets. I just have no idea. Okay, guys, I don't know what this is doing, but OPRT, or why it's doing it, but OPRT is having a bit of a run here. I'm continuing to watch this GRTX. I want to see if it has a big lift off for sort of a later day, bit of a later day surge again. Yeah, this needs a pullback. I mean, maybe, I mean, believe it or not, I mean, I'm not trying to jinx it or anything, if you, those of you who are in this one, but if it pulled back to say 11:30, you can see on that 2 minute chart, say 11:30, 11:40 level. In fact, why don't we do this? Let's take 300 shares. If it pulls back to 11:30, show you how you can do something like that in our simulator. I put both the price and the stop box. I'm going to click the buy button, and so there's a blue line now on the chart. All right, so if it pulls back here, it'll take the trade. Now I don't have to keep the trade in if I don't want to, but I'm just really showing you the mechanics of how you do something like that. So here you can practice swing trading. Yes, 145,000. You're right, 145,000 available. This one was a big fizzle. CANF, not shortable for me. This looks like it just wants to start drifting down now. CANF had news in the pre-market. Phase 2. All right, guys, GRTX. I know I'm fixated on it, but I mean, it's just because of that silly price target that was put on. Oh man, SOPA. Never got into this one. Looks like it's going to take out 10. You're going to get halted again. So guys, I'm leaving this in here, okay? I just demonstrated how you can take a trade in our simulator. So I don't have to wait to get stopped out, all right? I mean, where I place my stops, and again, this is in the simulator, and it's down at here at 390, okay? I don't like, this is the absolute worst that I would want to do. If I were in this trade, for real, and I had a 390 stop, this is the absolute worst that I want to do. Doesn't mean I can't get out before. If I don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out before, okay? Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, you just do the reverse mark. Notice I put a buy order for the ERC underneath the price. You just put it on top. So if I wanted to, if I wanted to take, this OP, I'm just going to show you. Say I wanted to take this OPRT on a 21 break. Okay. Pick how many shares you want. Of course, you have to have a stop. Know where your stop is if you do get it, and you just put this in here a couple of times in the price box and the stop box 21. All right, click the buy button. So now you'll see the blue line will be on top of the current price. Okay, you see what happens? So if it'll take the 200 shares at 21 if it gets up to 21. So you just put in the price in the stop box, just put the price you want in both of these boxes, okay? And then click the buy. I'm going to get rid of it. I don't want to do that, so. But just showing you the mechanics of it again. TIRX hasn't shown up. I know somebody was posting about it. Has not showed up on my scans though. The reason being, I'm not 100% sure why. The relative volume is high. Certainly up enough. Volume is high enough. Not sure why. Yeah, that is amazing. I mean, okay, guys, here we go. GRTX, maybe now. Meanwhile, SOPA. Oh man. How can this happen? I mean, it's a low flow, 12 million. I mean, it's not crazy low. I mean, when I say crazy low, like 1 or 2 million, that's still really low. But what a move on this being added to the Russell. I guess it is a 2000, not the I. I mean, when I read that earlier, I could have sworn it said something like the I index, the Russell 2000 I index. That's what I thought I read. So the market is, yeah, just basing here now, guys. Just trading sideways, not really doing too much. Still everything is down. Let's take a quick look at our sectors. I don't think anything is going to be positive. But let's see if there's any big change here. Which I doubt. No. Yeah, everything is still down. Not one glimmer of hope in any one of the sectors. Wow. For the SOPA? Yeah, that would have run. All right, guys, GRTX, a little bit of a move now. Wonder if this is I want to call this round three. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean I think they traded. Didn't they come out? Well, let's see. I mean, this came out on the 24th, and SOPA came out on the 21st. So yeah, and I think they were both very similar in terms of the number of shares they issued and the price was $5, $4, something like that. Nonsensically got up to 78 here. The other one got over 115. No reason. All right, guys, GRTX. And again, it's a low float too. I mean, GRTX is a low float also, so it's not the same as the other ones. I mean, it did not get up to $100, but it's still, 40%. Here's another little one, BCDA. We saw this one a little bit earlier. Pretty darn choppy though. Another low float, 12.7 in the float. Yeah, I'm seeing LTRI and another scam that I got, the lottery.com. Now, to me, it looks like there's a ton of resistance right around that 7 level. That's far enough away, I guess, from 6. It's not a crazy low float, 31 million in the float. The next high looking left is 622. And then there's 660. I think he's referring to what sending an alert for the 15-minute EMA. Any stock really. I don't think it's. He was talking about SOPA specifically, but any stock. So what he's talking about is on the SOPA, and he's referring to the fact that I told him not just him, but I did not get into this. So there's the ADMA on the 15-minute chart. Now I don't think it even crossed it. It just held it. So I guess if it comes into it, you could bounce off it. I guess that's what he's saying. Unbelievable. SOPA just resumed and it got hit, and it's on the way down for now. For now. All right, guys, it is now 11:41, so I will be taking my break in about 20 minutes. I just want to confirm that it is Sean today. It is Sean. Yes, it is Sean today in the YouTube room. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is put the link to YouTube, our YouTube room. When I take my break at noon, you can head over there if you want. Sean is more of an options player. So if you have questions about trading, we don't scan for options. We've got some option filters and all, but you can ask him questions about options, I guess, if you want. No, it's AERC. He's talking. Yours, the AERC, not AREC. He must have just typed it in wrong, that's all. Okay, then you read it wrong. You read it wrong. You know, I don't see the specific reason on the APTS unless it's just because it's in this sector. But what a run. All right, here's LCTX actually. LCTX is actually from the option scanner too, 246 LCTX. And this did hit 257 or so in the pre-market, but coming right into that 200-day moving average. You know, 248, it's right sitting at it. I think it's got, I just don't like it. I don't like all this on top of it. And even in the option scanner, apps showed up at 1112, 1569. It didn't have enough volume, option volume until that point, you know, because I have a minimum of 2,000 contracts. So it didn't show up until, but still not bad. I mean, even if you were late, 1569 got up to 1611, not bad. You know, Gritstone, or what is it called again? GRTX? Galera. Oh, on that one, yeah, the LCTX, yeah, no, I just don't like it. Just too much to get through. And there's that 200 day. Well, Chris is not in the room, but I mean, when you say setting the gap scanner and high of day Momo scanner, what is the issue, Orlando? Like, why are you having a hard time setting it? We have a momentum scanner right here in our if you click on dock channel bar, so we have a momentum scanner right here. What would be the issue with using, like not using this one as an example? Your Hive Day Momo scanner right here, you can use it. And then we even have we do have a gap scanner here also. Trade the gap. I mean, you can look at these. A good trade for today. Well, there's been some early. GRTX, SOPA was excellent for many people. AERC, I mean, if you're asking right now, well, you got to wait for a setup. I think the GRTX has some promise later. Maybe now, I'm not sure, but just because of the price target that was put on it by Citigroup. This could trigger then. The AERC could trigger. What did I put it at? 11:30, right? 11:30. Yeah, I'm going to leave it in there just for fun. So, yeah, Chris, I mean, when you say you're having a tough time setting up a high day momentum scanner, what exactly do you mean by that, though, Orlando? I mean, we do have a momentum scanner in our channel bar. I mean, you can, of course, adjust it to, maybe your style of trading in terms of a price range and volume and all of that. But what is the issue with setting it up? If you take a look again at our, click on File, New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and then go to our momentum channel. I mean, I think this is a pretty good high day momentum scanner right here, like right there. You just save it to the cloud if you want, add it to your layout. But of course, you can always, if you right click, configure, and take a look at the summary, you can always make changes. You can always, if you don't like that price range or you want a different minimum volume, things like that. But this is a momentum scanner. No, no alert on an ATR. No, it's just can only be used as a filter. Now, I mean, what you can do is set up top lists, okay? And you can set up a top list and as a column with the ATR and put like a min and a max. So you're seeing stocks that are very close to perhaps an ATR that you want it to break, things like that. It's not perfect, but I mean, it's another way to kind of do it if you understand what I mean. I mean, sometimes the top list can be, I don't want to say more powerful than the alert, but sometimes the alert, yeah, you're getting the alert right when it happens, but maybe sometimes what you really want to do is you want to see it just before it happens and then set a, set a price list. Well, it's up to you. It's not a favorites top list. It's, you create a top list and then of your own. And then with the price range you want and a minimum volume and all that. So you've set up a top list before, right? It's not a favorites top. It's okay. So just create a top list and you can, call it whatever you want, ATR watch. And then use the ATR, put it as a column. Oops, it's not that. It was average true range or whatever it's called. So actually, it's a change. So yeah, this is that. It's actually not. So here we go. Change from the open percent of average true range. All right. So you could use this filter, add and show as a column, and then you could. What I would probably do is add it as a filter and then put the filter that you want, like a minimum and a max. So you're only going to see those in between, and then add it as a column and sort on the column, and then you'll see exactly where it is in relation to what you really want to see. If all that makes sense. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up, and then I'll take my break. I'll get my announcement in. I'm here until he shows up. Just give me a moment, please. I see LTRY is still moving here. This is lottery.com. To me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance that's coming into, or it came into, and then it just stopped. What is SOPA doing now? Still hanging in there. Man, oh man. Boy, look at these topping tails now for AERC. I mean, they could be ominous right here. Well, I mean, the buyers have tried to get it up almost right to the penny, to the same 1370 level. The sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down. Eventually, one side is going to give up. Okay, thank you, Sean. Okay, I'll stop my stream right now. Have a good hour. We'll see you at 1. Okay, thank you, Sean. Okay, I'll stop my stream right now. Have a good hour. We'll see you at 1.
Yeah, Barry, I see you watching that SOPA. Man, what a move in this stock. I mean, this thing opened at around $4, traded as high as 12. I mean, if you look at the daily chart, this thing's just been dead in the water. I don't know what the news is. I don't care what the news is, but look at that price action. Wow. I don't know if you've traded this, Barry, but if you do, cool. If you did, cool. So everybody, this is the Trade Ideas Q&A session going on for the next hour. I'll be your host. I'm Sean McLaughlin. At Chicago Sean is my Twitter handle. That's how some of you may know me. And this next hour from now until 1 p.m. Eastern is your opportunity to ask any questions you have about the software. We're going to focus on the software, whereas Barry's focused on trade ideas and trading. Here we're going to focus on teaching you guys how to use the software. So if you're having any trouble with the software, if you're new here, you're confused, you need help building a layout, any of that stuff, I'm your guy. I'm here to help. So let's do that. And but what we'd like to do on the Mondays on these Q&As, before questions start coming in, if no questions have come in, is I like to head to the Strength Alerts channel and start putting on some swing trades using Brokerage Plus. If you guys are seeing this Strength Alerts channel for the first time, basically what the Strength Alerts channel is a channel that's highlighting stocks that are setting up potentially to be fantastic swing trades. Now we don't have any guarantees here on what's going to make money and what's not, and it's certainly tough to look at bullish swing trades on a day when the market is so red like it is today. But the algorithms that we have created to power this TI Strength Alerts channel are algorithms that have uncovered past winners that have gone on to great gains. So the stocks that you see popping up here in the TI Strength Alerts window, there's 5 stocks. Now we're going to ignore BRG. We'll talk about it in a second. But every Monday, there's 5 new stocks that are in this window. And these 5 stocks are exhibiting the characteristics of past large winners. So if any of you are familiar with Investors Business Daily and the IBD 50, kind of the same concept, and we have different parameters, we have different metrics that we're looking at, but kind of the same idea, right? These are stocks that are following an algorithm, following a pattern that have in the past turned into big winners. Okay, and so if you're a Trade Ideas software subscriber, then you get free access to the Strength Alerts. You just come to the Strength Alerts channel right here in your channel bar. Here's your channel bar. I clicked on this Strength Alerts channel right here, and I brought up this window. If you are not a Trade Ideas software subscriber, you can get the standalone email subscription, which looks like this, that also shows up on your screen. It looks similar to this in the email. You could get this for just $17 a month. That's all you get. You just get the email, but you get all the same information without having to subscribe to the Trade Ideas software. So I'm going to close this down because we don't need that for our purposes here. So we have 5 stocks to work with right now. I'm going to talk about BRG first because BRG is not a signal we're going to take. This is very unusual, but you'll see that the stock has gapped up significantly higher today. It's up 71% if you look in the stock in this single stock window. Why did it gap up 71% today? Well, if you go to the news tab here in your single stock window, you will see Blackstone Real Estate to acquire Blue Rock Presidential Growth. So this company is getting acquired. Man, couldn't they announce this tomorrow so that we could have gotten into this stock today and participated in that gain, that would have been nice. But unfortunately, they announced this news over the weekend after our algorithm had already chosen this stock as a pick. So we're going to ignore BRG this week. And instead, we're just going to get into the 4 other trades. So before I get into these trades, I want to talk about, what the, I want to talk about the process of how we have achieved the results that we promote for the TI Strength Alerts. So if you go to the TI Strength Alerts page, my screen's gonna go dark here for a second. I just got to skip to another screen here to find this link. So bear with me. You guys haven't lost me. My screen's just gone dark for a sec. Okay, so let me bring up web browser, and if I go here to bring up this little ad page, whatever, for Strength Alerts, and I scroll down, you'll see this chart here showing the performance of the TI relative strength alerts versus the S&P going back, looks like 3 years of data right there, something like that. I don't know if you can see this. I think you can. If you can't, then your eyes need to be checked. But look at this outperformance of the TI Strength Alerts versus the S&P 500. The S&P 500 during this time is up a 70-ish%, which is a fantastic return, of course. But the TI Strength Alerts has significantly outperformed. By the way, I think these dates are wrong. I feel like this is a 5-year chart because this is right here. This is the COVID sell-off in 2020. I think this is a 5-year chart. I'll have to talk to my guys about that. Anyway, this performance is fantastic. Now, I bring this up because I want to explain to you, how did we get that performance? How did we achieve those results using TI Strength Alerts? Well, the way we did it, and we're not telling you that this is how you have to do it, but this is how we did it, okay? We took the 5 alerts on every trade on every Monday, okay? Now, BRG is a random example. We're going to not talk about that one today, but on Mondays, we take our portfolio. Let's keep the number simple. Let's say I've got a $10,000 account, right? Let's say I'm starting from scratch. I've got no positions on. It's a $10,000 account, and I want to get started. Well, what we did is on the first Monday that we have the TI Strength Alerts, we look at the 5 names that are queued up for this week, and we invested an equal amount of money in all 5 stocks. So with a $10,000 account, that means I'm investing $2,000 per name, okay? However many shares that $2,000 buys, that's how many shares I buy. So it'll be a different amount of shares for each symbol here, but the total amount invested is $2,000. Okay, so we did that at the opening print on Monday, right? Market opens, market order, buy to get in all 5 names. And then for the rest of the week, we did absolutely nothing. Nothing. Come hell or high water, the stocks can go screaming higher, stocks can sell off and burn, crash and burn. Either way, we're holding. Now, I'm not recommending that's the best way. Okay, you have to determine how you want to do that, and I'll show you how I do it, how I propose to do it. But for the purposes of that back test where you saw those results that were astounding, it was simply investing in these 5 names at the opening print on Monday and holding them all week. And then the next Monday, so 7 days later, there's a whole new list of 5 new stocks out. So what do? The following Monday, we exit the previous 5 stocks at the opening print. Win or lose, doesn't matter. We just get out at the opening print on Monday and then reinvest all of our capital, however much money that is. Hopefully it's a little bit more. Remember, we started with $10,000. Maybe now that's worth $10,100, right? Who knows? Well, we take that $10,100 or whatever that number is, divide it by 5, and invest those proceeds equally into the new 5 names. So basically, every Monday, we're rotating into the next 5 TI Strength Alerts names. That's it. So simple, guys. Do you think you could find 5 minutes a week to manage these signals if you like to swing trade? If you can, there's a potential you could really outperform the S&P 500. I mean, you saw that chart. I'm not making that up. That's real. Those are real numbers. All right. So with that out of the way, that's how the back test is done. Now, if I were doing this with my money, and I do a little bit, it's uncomfortable for me to trade without stops. I want to have a stop loss order. And so for me, I like to place my stop. I like to get into the stocks and I'll place a stop loss 5% away. So whatever price I get in, my stop loss is going to be 5% away. Now there's no magic to that number. I can place a stop at 10% away or 8% away. There's no magic to the 5%. It's just a number I like. It's quick and dirty. And allows me to manage my risk. And then I'll size my positions according to that, because what I'm going to do is, the way I swing trade is, I like to determine how much money up front I'm willing to lose on any one trade. Okay. And so for the examples I'm going to show here, I'm going to risk $200 of my trading capital on any one trade. And that risk is going to be, or my position size is going to be based on how much I'm willing to risk. So if I'm willing to risk $200 of my capital and my stop loss is 5% away on the stock, let's bring up like this NVAX here. So if I'm buying NVAX at about 210, my stop loss is going to be $10 or 5% away, which is about $10 away. My stop loss will probably be right around 200, give or take, right? So however far away my stop loss is, let's say it's $10, I divide that $10 into how much money I'm willing to risk of my capital, which is $200. 200 divided by 10 is 20, right? Is my math right? Yeah, 20. So that's how many shares I would buy. I would buy 20 shares, because I know that if I buy 20 shares of NVAX right here at around 210, and I get stopped out at 200 on my 20 shares, I will lose approximately $200 of my capital. That's the number I'm comfortable with. And the great thing, guys, is, I just did a bunch of mental gymnastics there. I just did some calculations, and, maybe that's easy for you. Maybe it's not. For most people, it's just a pain in the butt and takes time, right? You got to get out a notebook and start writing out your figures, or break out your calculator. Basically, it just slows you down, right? Well, Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus module, if I bring this up here, the Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus module, which if you have a interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can connect those accounts to our Brokerage Plus, and you can trade direct from the Trade Ideas platform in to your IB or E-Trade accounts. Okay, and I'll share some links there for IB in a second. But with Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus, you could set it up so that getting into the trade at your right position size with your stop loss already pre-calculated and working for you, I can do all of that with one click. So check this out. In my Brokerage Plus window, if I go to my strategies tab, I've already got the strategy set up here. I got two strategies: swing trade buys and swing trade short. Okay, we're talking about the swing trade buys here because I like to swing trade on the long side. I certainly like to swing trade these strength alerts from the long side. And so let's go into the hood and see what's going on here. So if I right click on this strategy, and by the way, if you wanted to create a strategy from scratch, all you would do is anywhere in this blue area, just right click and hit new trading strategy. Or if you have an alert window that you want to turn into a strategy, you can do it by loading from cloud. But most people just go with new trading strategy. So I already created it, so I'm not going to recreate it, but I'll right click here, edit trading strategy. And that brings you, whether you're creating a brand new strategy from scratch or not, it's going to bring you right to this window. Okay. So there's 5 tabs here across the top. You can see this one's called Swing Trade Buys in this configuration tab. I've got my account set to my simulated trading account. So I'm demoing the simulated trader here, guys. I'm not trading real money, but the processes are exactly the same, the way the mechanics work of doing the trading, which is great. All right. So I got my simulated trading account set up, and I'll just work through these tabs here. The first tab doesn't really matter for us because we're manual trading. So I'm just throwing this wide open so that it'll accept trades anytime while the market's open during regular trading hours. This is more important to those of you who might set an automated trading strategy, which we could talk about later. But maybe you only want your auto trading strategy to trade for during a certain window of the day, right? Like maybe the first couple hours of the day, or maybe the last couple hours, or any time in between. So that's what the entry time tab is for, but that's not so important right now. But I'm going to skip now to the risk management tab, okay? Because this is kind of the first step for position sizing. I want my stop losses to be, or I want my position sizes to be based on my stop loss. So I got to set my stop loss first. So that's why I'm on the risk management tab. So right here, Under the stop loss, I've got 3 options. Now we're going to ignore the filter option. This is a little bit more advanced for people who want to do some crazy formulas. I don't recommend it. It seems like it's more trouble than it's worth for most people. The basic ones are dollars and percent. So let's start with dollars. A dollars-based stop loss basically just means I could set this to 1 right there, and that just means all my stops are going to be $1 away, regardless of the price of the stock. So if I bought this NVAX at 2.0, now it's 2.07, my stop loss would be at 2.06. Now that's not really a great stop loss on a $200 stock. A $1 stop might be a great stop loss on a $10 stock, right? But I hope you could see that the percentages are drastically different, right? So a stop loss is $1 away in NVAX looks a lot different than $1 away in a cheaper stock. So I don't recommend the dollars-based stop loss. It could be cents, right? You could set it to like 75 cents, right? There's a decimal point there. Hope you can see that. I don't recommend that unless you know that you're going to be trading stocks that are all within the similar price range. Like maybe you like to only trade stocks under $10 a share, right? And so for you, a 50-cent stop loss is a reasonable number that you could wrap your head around. That's fine. If that's what works for you, great. But I don't recommend it. For me, I recommend the percent-based stop loss, and the number I use is 5%. But like I said before, there's no magic in that number. You could use any number you like. For me, I like 5. So we'll do 5%. So there I set my stop loss. I don't do profit targets on my swing trades. I like to let my swing trades go to the moon if they can. They rarely do, but every once in a while you catch one, and I don't want to have a profit target out there that cut me short, right? We need the big winners. And if I set profit targets, I prevent myself from having those big winners. So I leave that none, but you could, set a percent-based profit target or a dollars-based profit target if you wanted. I'm not going to do that. All right, so I got my stop loss based at 5% away. Now I'm going to go over to the order details tab and set my position sizing. Now you'll notice here under position sizing, we've got 3 options. Let's start with fixed shares. Everybody gets what that is, right? I could say I want to buy 500 shares every trade that I get into. Regardless of what stock it is, I'm going to buy 500 shares. Or maybe it's 1,000 shares. Maybe you're an old school SOEs trader like I was 20 years ago. Whatever that number is, great. Again, I don't recommend that. Because going back to this NVAX example, 1,000 shares of NVAX at $200 a share looks a lot different than 1,000 shares of some $15 stock, right? Your risks are going to be dramatically different. Your exposure is going to be dramatically different. So I don't recommend fixed share position sizing. Fixed dollars is a little bit closer to home. I don't mind this. You could say, all right, I'm going to invest $5,000 per idea, right? However many shares that buys, I'm going to invest $5,000. Or $10,000 or $100, whatever your number is. Okay, you can do that. I don't hate that idea. It's not ideal for me, but I don't hate it. Okay, if that's where your comfort level is, great. But for me, my preference is based on stop loss. And most of the professional traders that I know who've been in this game a long time, that's how they size their positions. They base it on stop loss, because what this does is this sets the risk equal on every trade you put on, whether you're trading a stock like Tesla that's $1,000 a share or whatever Tesla is these days, or a $5 stock. Either trade, you're going to be risking the same amount of your capital, okay? Because what I could do here is based on stop loss, I set my risk value, and I was saying before, I like to risk $200 of my capital. So I'm risking $200 based on my stop loss. Okay, so just to review, if I go back to my risk management tab, my stop loss is 5% away. And so that means if the stock does move 5% away against me, away from my entry price, and I go back to order details tab, I'm going to lose $200 approximately, right? That doesn't factor in slippage and commissions, but I will approximately lose $200. That's great. That's peace of mind for me, guys, knowing that every trade I put on, I'm risking the same amount of my capital. That's peace of mind. Highly recommend it. Hold time, we're going to ignore this. This is just, again, for people who are doing automated trading. Okay, so we don't need to worry about that. But order details and risk management tabs are the most important tabs. So I got everything set up. All right. So now check this out. Because I have these strategies set up, I'm going to minimize this window for a second. I could go to any chart on Trade Ideas and just simply right click, choose Trade NVAX, and buy using swing trade buys, or short using swing trade short. But again, I want to buy, so I want to get long these stocks, right? So watch this. I just click this button. And boom, I just got filled. You can see my stop loss order right here. It's working at 193, 90 something. And you can see if I lose, I'll lose approximately 205. All right, if I bring my alert window back, or if I bring my brokerage plus back up, you'll see if I go to the executions tab, you'll see there's NVAX right there at the top. There was my fill. I bought 20 shares at 204.21. Okay, these are some trades I exited earlier today. All right, pretty simple, right? And it makes it super easy to go through this. Maybe let's move this window over just a little bit. And I'm just going to go through the TI strength alert, and I'm going to enter these other three names. We're not going to enter BRG, remember, because this was a buyout. That stock's not going anywhere, so we're not going to do anything. But CMC, I want to buy it. I'm going to right click, trade CMC, buy. Boom, I'm in. Look, I just got filled, 32.91. I'm going to do FHI. Same thing, right click, trade, buy. I'm going to go to PINC, right click, buy. Guys, how easy is that? How easy is that? I'm running a developer's version here, so it might be a little buggy and a little slow. This is not the version you guys have. This is where we try out all the latest features. So that's why I was a little slow there. No worries. We're all good. And if I go to my positions tab now, you'll see the stocks I just entered are kind of right in this area here. These are my open positions that I've been holding on to. And my new positions are showing up right here, where I'm down $1, down $4, down $7. Those are ones I just got into, right? Awesome. And now once these positions are on, guys, I don't leave my stop loss at 5% away and just wait for it to get hit. I do move my stop losses in the direction of the trend of the stock as it's going my way. So every week, I'll go through all my open positions. We'll start with AMX. This is my biggest open winner right now. We got into this trade a couple weeks ago, I think. I mean, it's had some good days. Wow, even in a terrible red day like today, AMX is doing well. I want to move my stop loss order up. I got my stop working here, but I want to put it up to, I'm going to scooch it up just below this green candle right here. Check this out, guys. All I got to do is just grab click on the line, just drag it. Look at this, I could drag my stop loss anywhere I want. I'm going to put it right there below that candle. Now my stop loss is working at a new price. Developer's version, so it smacks back and forth. Okay, there we go. And you can see if my stop gets hit, I'm going to walk away with a $21 profit approximately. I'm currently sitting on $387 of open profit. So I don't want to, that'll kind of suck if it comes all the way back, but hey, it's better than losing, right? I'm going to give this thing room to work because it's working. If the market finds its footing here, this stock is already doing well in a tough tape. This thing might scream even higher. Okay, now I'm going to hit CNC, do the same thing. Oh, this is one we just got into, right? Okay. No, this is CNC. Confusing. I have a CNC position and a CMC. The CMC we just entered, but this one I've been in for a little while. I'm going to move this stop loss up at least to right underneath this gap. I don't want this stock to come back into that gap. If it does, that tells me the trend is over. So let's move my stop right there. Look how easy that was, guys. Now my stop loss is working right there. Now I'm going to go to BMHC. I'm going to leave that one. Some of these I'm just going to leave. I'm going to bring this up. I'm going to bring this up to right about there. And guys, I'm just eyeballing these charts, guys. There's no science here. I've been a trader a long time, and I like to read charts, and I'm comfortable reading charts, and I'm just looking for obvious levels where a stock that should be bullish shouldn't hit if it's still trending higher. So for me, if this stock trades below this level where I'm at now, that tells me it doesn't feel bullish, at least not in the short term, and so I no longer want to be in the stock, and that's why I put that stop loss right there. ANTM, I'm going to bring this up a little bit. There we go. The rest of these, we'll leave that where it is. Yeah, I think the rest of these will just stay. This is the one we just got into, so we'll let that one percolate a little. Same with that. This microchip. We'll move this stop up. Actually, no, we'll leave that stop. It's a good stop. We'll leave it. We'll let it chop around if it needs to. So that's it, guys. Super easy, right? If you go to my execution or my orders tab, you can see all my working stop loss orders. You see the orders that were filled. But guys, it's so easy to use trade ideas to manage your entries and exits. Stand by one sec. I got an administrative issue here. Got to take care of. Bear with me. I'll be right back with you. Want me to sing a song while I'm doing this? Oop. Look at that, I got bells going off everywhere. What's going on? Sean's busy. People trying to reach me. Okay, sorry about that. Let's get back to business here. So guys, I haven't seen any questions. Oh wait, I do see one question here, Orlando. When I click on the Momo scanner, the chart appeared as well. I only want the scanner on the screen. Orlando, I'm sorry, I missed that question earlier. I don't know if you're still looking for an answer to that. I don't know if that was a question for Barry or for me, but if Orlando, if you're still listening and you still have a question, let me know what's up. For the rest of you, come on. You got questions? Let's get into it. You need help. If you see anything on my screen that you're not sure of, let me know. I'm going to bring up my main layout. This is the layout that I use. Okay, so Orlando, you just copied and pasted the same question. All right, great. So when I click on the Momo scanner, the chart appeared as well. I only want the scanner on the screen. So are you saying you just don't want charts? I mean, if you don't want a chart on your screen, Orlando, if you got a chart on your screen, you don't want it, you can close it out just by clicking the little X. See this little X here? Just click it and it's gone. See you later. See you later, chart. Is that what you're asking there, Orlando? Autolicious. If I don't use profit targets, when do I decide to get out of a trade? I decide to get out of a trade when a stock breaks support. Okay? That's the way I do it. So like a stock like this. So this is the stock of the day today, right? If I was intraday trading this stock and I'm long, right? This thing's ripping higher. It's great. I don't set a profit target. I'm not saying I want to get out at 14. I mean, look, what if I bought this thing at $4 say at the open and I set a profit target at 6, which would be a fantastic return, right? I mean, a 50% gain. Awesome, right? But if I set a profit target there, how much would I be kicking myself watching this thing scream up 250%, right? That's exactly why I don't use profit targets, because I miss out on the biggest winners. And guys, if you're in the game of cutting your losses short, honoring your stop losses, never taking any big losses, then what's going to happen over time is, let's say you do 100 trades, let's say 80% of them, 80 of them are going to be small winners and small losers. They're going to basically be a net wash. But the other 20, 10 or 20, are going to be big winners. And those big winners pay for everything else. You need to have those big winners. So I never want to miss a big winner. So if I'm in a stock like this, I'm going to be kicking myself if this thing screamed higher and I didn't ride the whole thing. So for me, I will have my stop, and as it's going, I'll drag my stop loss up, but I'll, place it below, levels of support. So when this thing screamed up here, came back down, and then resumed higher, I probably would have placed my stop right here below this level. And then it screamed higher, made a new high, pulled back. And then when it made another new high, I might raise my stop up to this level, right? And on and on. And if I was still in this thing right now, I'd probably have my stop sitting right about here, right about 10 bucks, 10.25, right? Below some of this pullback. And on and on and on. I'm not going to get out at the top, Autolicious. I'm not trying to get out at the top. Trying to pick the top is a fool's errand. Okay? I just want to, I want to get out when the trend is proven that it's exhausted itself. Now, sure, I could get whipsawed out and think and go higher. Of course, happens all the time. But I'll never catch the big winner if I got a profit target. That's my 2 cents. Ansel, I don't know if you saw it, but we just did get into all those TI strength alerts. We just, I'm doing it in a demo account, of course, but we did just get into all of them, except for, got into all of them except that one that's a buyout. This, what is it, BRG? We didn't buy this one because this is a buyout. This stock received a buyout offer this weekend, which our algorithm obviously did not know was going to happen. Nobody knew until they announced it. But yeah, we entered all the other ones, again, in the simulator for me, but look, the algorithm is what it is, right? We don't pick and choose. We can't know it in advance, what stocks are going to win, right? You never know in advance, but the algorithms that chose these stocks have proven over time, over the last 5 years, to pick winners and to do so at a very, very good pace. We've outperformed the S&P by some crazy number, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, I don't even know. And so, yeah, the market might be down today. It's an ugly day today for the market, but what if today's the low of the week for the market, right? What if we just go higher the rest of the week? Good chance these TI Strength Alert names are going to be among the leaders going higher. So I'm buying. That's it. Okay, I think we're caught up on questions. If anyone's got something else, if anybody wants to take us in a new direction, I'll bring up my layout here, see if there's anything on my layout that jogs any questions. I got a couple top lists. I got an alert window. I got a static S&P chart up here on the upper right. I got my up movers and down movers on the day. Let me bring my Brokerage Plus window back up. Got a couple top lists here on the right hand side. I got this up mover up the most since the open, and I got the down the most since the open. These are windows I like to keep an eye on. This shows me where there's action, where there's intraday action. If you're an intraday trader, you want to go where the intraday action is, right? You don't care about a stock that's up huge on the day but hasn't done anything, like this BRG that we've been talking about, this buyout. Like, yeah, this thing's up 71% today, but it's basically gone sideways all day. I don't care, right? That's not something I want to trade. I want to get in the names that have had the biggest moves since the open. So here's where we found SOPA earlier. It's up 163% since the opening print, since when it opened. I mean, you can see it right here. The stock opened around $4, $4.50. It's up 163% since the open. These are the stocks. If you're an intraday trader, these are the ones you want to be trading. You feel me? All right, guys. Quiet day on the questions front. It's the holiday week. I get it. People are winding down their weeks, winding down their years, cruising into Christmas. Next week's going to be super dead, unless the market has other ideas. Wave Lab Studios, any suggestions on building an account with $1,000? I got no suggestions for you. I would say use the TI Strength Alerts. Start there, right? You can't day trade with $1,000. You might as well swing trade. And the TI Strength Alerts is probably a great place for you to get started. Michael, hi. How can I create range trading scanner? Stocks that are on support and resistance levels. Well, that's a little tricky because support and resistance levels are sometimes more in the eye of the beholder than anything else. They're kind of hard to computer generate. But if I were to create a brand new top list and start from scratch, actually, no, let's do this. There's a couple things you can play around with, and you can experiment, Michael. I mean, everything with trade ideas requires experimentation. You're never going to figure everything out the first time. When you create a scanner the first time, it's never going to be exactly right. You're going to have to make changes. But let's go into in here. We don't. You want a consolidation. You want stocks that are not really moving yet. So you can maybe perhaps play around with the consolidation alert. Showing you stocks that are coiling, maybe ready to rock soon. Oh, wait, hold on, I misread your question. You're looking for stocks, it's support and resistance levels. I'm not sure how you can code that. There's probably a way. It's a little bit out of my wheelhouse here. Let me think about this for a sec. I mean, here's some things you can play around with. We have what's called position and range filters. So depending on what time frame you're looking at there, Michael, if you're looking at 5-minute candles, if you're looking at an entire day, let's just kind of cut it in the middle. Say you're looking at 15-minute candles, okay? Actually, no, let's do position and range for the day. So position and range. If I add this filter here, And here it is. We're going to set some values here. I want a minimum. I want it to be, let's see. Oh, excuse me one sec. So I want it to be like near the bottom of the range or near the top of the range, right? So that the high and low of the day are support and resistance, right? So I might want to do it as, let's see, a maximum of 10. I'm going to play around with this, or a minimum of 90. So if I hit the show me button here, it's going to show me price is at least 90% above the low of the range, or price is no more than 10% above the low. So what that's telling you is that it's going to be, the stock has to be, within 10% of the high or low of the range of the day. Or sorry, within 10% of the high of the day or within 10% of the low of the day. Those are support and resistance levels, right? They might not be the support and resistance levels you're looking for, but they are definitely, at least intraday, support and resistance levels. Now, if you want to get more granular than that, Michael, I'm not sure, because you need a level to anchor against, right? And I'm not sure that the system can anchor it in a way that would satisfy everybody. So if you need more help on that, Michael, probably the best thing for us to do is to send you to our support email, and maybe one of the guys, excuse me, losing my voice, maybe one of the guys smarter than me can tell you how they do it. Trade-ideas.com. Putting the email address in here. Send an email to that right there. info@trade-ideas.com. That's where you want to go. But I think the position and range filter, as I laid out here, would help you. At least it's a good place to start. Wealth thinkers, intraday trading. Do you recommend staying out in the middle of the day? Well, I mean, there's a whole school of thought that says, the middle of the day is when the volume is smaller, and, you're more likely to just grind up your account and generate a whole bunch of commissions. And I get that. That's a real thing. I don't know. I can tell you, when I was an active day trader, when I first started in this business, I was an active day trader. I was doing hundreds of thousands of shares a day. I can tell you that I definitely dialed it back during the lunch hour for sure. Most of my trading was done in the first 2 hours of the day, and then the last 2 hours of the day. Then the middle, took a break for lunch, ran some errands, whatever. I didn't always do that, but I definitely went quieter. But look, there's no right answer there, Wealth. I mean, if nothing else, taking a little time off in the middle of the day just to refresh and recharge your batteries is probably a good thing, right? I don't think anyone would argue that's a bad thing. I think that's what I would recommend. Stand by one sec, guys. Someone's asking me a question internally. Okay. Oh, I just gotta write myself a little note here. Short thing. All right, gotcha. I gotcha. So guys, any other questions out there? Anybody, anything burning? Anything we haven't discussed? Yeah, I should have said this at the top of the hour. And maybe it's obvious to some of you, but I don't know the answer to everything on trade ideas, but I do know enough to be dangerous, and I could certainly point you in the right direction for anything that I can't answer for you. Oh, Gwen, I'm sorry, I didn't see your question up there. She says, can you short using the Brokerage Plus window? I'm just learning about shorting and was wondering if this is possible. Yes, you could short stocks just as the same as you can go long stocks. Yeah. In fact, look at my Brokerage Plus window right here. You can see a little short button right here. I could click short and get short a stock, right? I've got in my strategies tab, I've got see that short? I got a short based strategy, swing trade shorts. And it's, it's gonna enter short sales whenever I put those trades on. So yeah, you can go short and long. I mean, we're built for traders, man. And traders need to go short, right? That's what we do. Especially on a day like today, right? When market's getting crushed. I mean, we want to be shorting. So yes, absolutely, Gwen. Sorry I didn't see that question earlier. Yes, you can short just as easily as you can go along. With the caveat being, of course, your brokerage has to have shares available to borrow for you to short, which is a whole different discussion. But the brokerage accounts that we have that you can connect to Trade Ideas are E-Trade or Interactive Brokers. And that reminds me, my screen's going to go dark here for a sec, guys. Just stand by. I just want to get you a link here, at least for IB. I could send you to the right place for IB if you want to. If you want to look into automated trading and connecting your brokerage account with Trade Ideas, and you want to look into Interactive Brokers, here's the link. Just check this out. Interactive Brokers. Just head to that link. Tell them Trade Ideas sent you. Tell them Sean sent you. And that link at least will show you what they have available and show you what their commission fees are and all that stuff. So go ahead and click through there and knock yourself out. All right. So the questions have died down. I got, what do I got? I got a little less than 20 minutes left to hang out with you guys. So anything you're sitting on that you need help with, now's the time. Otherwise, I might just sit here and sing songs to you. I don't think you want that. Boy, this ADGI has been on a wild ride over the past month or so. Wowie, wowie. You're welcome, Gwen. You're welcome, Gwen. Again, sorry I got late to you there. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's see what Holly's been doing today. Has she done anything? Last I checked, she'd only done 3 trades. And she still has only done 3 trades. Not a banner day for Holly. It's all right. I don't think it's a banner day for too many people today, unless you're short. If you're short, then maybe you're having a banner day. All right. Hope you guys have some more questions here. Hello to everybody. We got 50 of you in here watching, so I say this all the time when it gets quiet. If you're sitting on a question, maybe you're concerned it's a little too beginners, right? Don't worry about that. I promise you, there's somebody in here who would benefit from the answer to the question, not just you. Look at this AERC, nice big run today. This thing's up 42% since the open. Okay, Jacques is asking, what filters am I using in the up-down movers top list? I'm actually not using any filters. So if I go into this top list here and I right-click and go to configure, if you go to the Windows-specific filters tab, hit hide unused. Okay, actually, I have a couple filters, just minor ones. I want a stock to have a minimum price of $5 a share. And I want average daily volume to be at least 100,000 shares. Other than that, I got no. I've got no other filters. All I'm really doing here is in the columns tab, I've got change from open %. Okay. I think I'm also sorting. Yeah, I'm sorting by the change from the open %. And so when I launch the window, I'm just sorting by this column. So it's showing, I mean, it's scanning all stocks outside of those small filters that I had. And I'm just sorting them by the ones that are up the most since the open. That's it. So pretty easy to set up. In fact, if you want, I could share this cloud link with you, and then you could load it up on your screen here. If I right click and hit save or share to cloud, and let me just clean up the numbers here. You don't need that. And I hit save or share. I'm going to share this. I'm going to get this long, ugly URL code that you don't care about. All I'm going to do is just hit copy all. I'm going to put it here in the chat window. up most since open. Okay, I've just shared that link there. Now, if you want to open that up, guys, if this is the first time you're seeing cloud links, what you want to do is you want to click on that link, okay? If you click on that link, what's going to happen is it's going to open up a browser. It's going to open up this link here. All you want to do is just then copy that full code. Just like do like a right click, copy, okay? And then in your TI menu bar, go to File, Load from Cloud right here, Load from Cloud, and then paste that URL code right here. It'll probably already be in there for you, but if it's not, just right click and hit paste and put it in there, and you hit load, and then it'll load up the window. Look, it just opened up a second one right on top, and it'll load up the window right there on your screen. I'll do the same thing here for the down movers too if anybody wants that. So I'll right click in the down movers. I'm going to hit save or share to cloud. And guys, you could do this with your friends on Trade Ideas. If you got friends you want to share scans with, you could share your cloud links with people the same way I'm doing it here. You just, make sure it's got the right name in there. Hit save and share. Hit copy all. And then I'm going to go over here. Down most since open. And there's the cloud link in the chat window. So good question there, Jacques. All right, what do we got? We got about a little less than 15 minutes. Jacques, I assume that's French. I don't speak much French, but you're welcome. I believe that's what you're telling me. I did go to Montreal for the first time a couple years ago and loved it. Great city. I don't know if that's where you're chiming in from. I'm willing to bet you are. Beautiful city. Sahir asks, if the stock does not hit your stop loss, how many days do you usually keep? Well, when it comes to a stock position, I don't have a time limit on it. I mean, as long as the stock is consolidating and not going down, or as long as it's holding above support, I'll continue holding it. Yeah, there might be some opportunity cost in that for sure, but that doesn't concern me. I'll just let it consolidate. As long as it stays above support, I'm fine with it. The only time I would ever consider getting out of a stock like that is, if maybe I've run out of buying power and I got some other ideas that I think are better ideas to get into, then I might close that stock down to free up some buying power to get into another one. But otherwise, as long as it holds above, nearby support, I'm staying in. That's it. I don't have a time. I don't have a time limit. Now, I know plenty of traders that do time limits, and that's fine. Whatever works for you. For those of you who've been here before, you've heard me say this numerous times. There's no one way to make money in the stock market. There's no one way. You could fill up a room of 100 successful traders, and I can promise you they all make money in their own unique ways. There could be some commonalities. There's likely to be some commonalities, right? There'll be people who are mean reversion traders. There will be people who are breakout traders. There are people who will be swing traders, others who are day traders, some who only might trade tech stocks, right? There's going to be commonalities, but I promise you every single one of those successful traders in that room will bring something unique to the table, their own unique brand of special sauce that allows them to profit in the market. And what makes that so maddening is that on the flip side, you fill a room full of 100 losing traders, I'd be willing to bet that all of those losing traders lose money for one of a handful of the same reasons. Because they're over trading, they're not honoring their stop losses, they're trading too big, they have no strategy. There might be one other thing there, but I mean, it comes down to those 4 or 5 things, right? So a room full of 100 losing traders are all losing for the same 3, 4, 5 reasons, Whereas a room full of 100 successful traders are all winning for 100 different ways. So you would think if there's so many different ways to make money in the market, this should be easy, right? It's not. It's a head game. That's the secret. It's a head game. It's all within yourself. You gotta stick to your process, stick to your rules, honor your stop losses, manage your risk properly. That's the secret sauce. There's no magic indicator that's going to win all the time. Not even TI strength alerts like we've been talking about. That's not the magic indicator either. All right? But how you employ it could be. All right. So a little programming note at the top of the hour. We will pass this room back to Barry in the live trading room. Barry is live all trading day long, every trading day. In fact, if you just bookmark this link that you're at right now, this YouTube link, if you bookmark this so that's easy for you to remember and just click it, whenever you want. If you come here during market hours, you'll always find live content here. You'll either find us doing the live Q&A, which we do every day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. You also have Chris Varley now doing things at the end of the day, during the last hour of the trading day. But the rest of the time, it's going to be Barry Einerson in the live trading room. He's got a live trading room. It's got 700 or so traders in it. We simulcast it on this YouTube channel. Basically with Barry, you're looking over the shoulder of a real trader trading real money using Trade Ideas software to guide all of his decision making. And not only do you get to watch Barry do what he does, but you get to hear him talk through his processes, hear him talk through what he's seeing and what he's observing in the market. And he'll answer questions to the extent that he can. Like I said, there's a lot of people in there sometimes, so he can't answer everybody's questions, but he does a great job. So bookmark this link, guys. If this is your first time here, or if it's not your first time here, but you haven't bookmarked a link, bookmark the link. It's super easy. I got it in my browser. I just click it. It's one click, boom, and I'm here. It's great. Hi, Bill. Can I run through the setup for the strategy where I was buying? Yes, I can. So we'll review that real quick. In my Brokerage Plus, Bill wants me to go through my Strategies tab and walk through how I set up my swing trade buy strategy. So if I right click here, and you know what? I'll show you how to build it from scratch, Bill, because that's probably what you want to do. So if I want to build this swing trade buy strategy again, and I'm starting from scratch, I would just right click anywhere in this window. I would right click, and then, hit new trading strategy. And then I would give it the strategy a name. We'll call it Bill's Swing Trading Buys. We can call it whatever we want, and I can't seem to type right now. Okay, there we go. Bill's Swing Trading Buys. So the direction's a long bias strategy. I would set my accounts right here. So I only have a simulated trading connected, but if I had an interactive brokers or an E-Trade account connected, I would find it here in this drop-down menu and I would select it. Okay. So I hit save. Okay. And then the next thing you do is, you just kind of work through the tabs. The entry time tab, you probably don't need to do anything. Just maybe set this wide open, so that it will accept all orders at all time of the trading day during regular trading hours. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work during, automated trading like this does not work during pre-market or after hour sessions, only during regular trading hours. So just make sure you got these times set to 9:30 to 4 or whatever time zone you're in. And then I would go next to the risk management tab and figure out how I'm going to set my stop loss. So I would recommend doing percent. This is how I do it. And choose what level makes the most sense for you. For me, I like 5%. That's how I did it. Your number might be 10%, might be 15%, might be 8.5%, whatever. You pick your number. And that's how you set your stop loss. Okay. I don't use profit targets for all the reasons we discussed earlier. Then I would go back to the order details tab and just choose my position sizing, and I would do it based on my stop loss. So my stop loss was 5% away. So I want to set it so that if my stop loss that's 5% away gets hit, I only want to risk $200 of my capital. Your number could be different, Bill. Your number could be $1,000. You're willing to risk $1,000 per trade, $5,000 per trade, or maybe it's $50 a trade. Whatever your number is, you want to put that in here and have it set to based on stop loss so that if your stop gets hit, this is how much you will lose, approximately, right? This does not factor in slippage. It does not factor in commissions. It does not factor in a gap. If this is a position you're holding overnight and the stock gaps down below your stop loss level, there's nothing we can do about that. Nothing you can do about that. You'll get filled at the opening price and you'll lose whatever you lose. But that's just the cost of doing business, right? So once you got that all set up, yeah, we're not going to do any hold times. We'll just leave that to none because you're going to manage these yourself. But once you got it all set up, you just hit OK. And then it's good to go. See, Bill's swing trading buys now shows up in here. And now if I were to do a trade, if I were to go into this chart here and I wanted to do a trade, I wanted to right click and hit trade AERC. You'll see I now have 2 buy strategies. I got my own and I got Bill's swing trade buys, right? I just click on it and it would execute the trade according to the parameters that we just set up. Make sense, Bill? Let me know if you need any further help on that. I don't know why the CFD thing's in here. I don't want that. All right, all right. Oh, so Bill, you got it now? Choosing the account? That's the important part. It's a little hidden step when you're setting up these strategies. You got to, on your configuration tab, you got to set up the account. I wish this was more obvious because a lot of people do miss that. Bill, you're not alone. But you got to go in here and set up the account. So whether you're doing a simulated trading account or if you do have the E-Trade or Interactive Brokers live accounts, they'll show up here in your drop-down menu. All right, folks, we're coming into the top of the hour here. We got about 4 minutes left. Let's see, Bill, do I need to choose it as a default? Yeah. Whatever you choose here will be the default, Bill. Yep. So guys, last call for questions. If you got something that we can cover quick, now's the time to ask it, as we're running out of time and I'm going to be passing you back to Barry here shortly. You're welcome, Jacques. Bill, I think you got what you need. I hope you got what you need. Let me know if you need any more help. And also on the programming note, guys, let's talk about how this goes during the day. And then we do this every day. Every day the market's open. We're streaming the live trading room at this YouTube channel all day long, and then we do these live Q&As every trading day at noon. And we have a rotating cast of characters who host them. I typically do Mondays, and Michael does Tuesday, and Steve does Wednesday, Jamie does Thursday, Andy does Friday. Sometimes Chris Varley fills in for somebody who needs a day off for whatever reason. But we have different people every day, so there's different perspectives, different strengths, different things they like to use the platform for. So you'll get a different perspective every day. So if you got the bandwidth, if you got the time, or maybe you're just lonely. It's the holiday season. Sometimes people get lonely. Come on, hang out with us. We'll talk, we'll chat, we'll shoot the breeze. All right. Well, looks like we're coming into the end here, folks. We got 2 minutes to go. I got no more questions. Okay, so and Barry's standing by, so I'm gonna put it out there here. One last call for questions. If I got nothing, then we're gonna pass it back to Barry here in a couple minutes. Thank you, David. You as well. Happy holidays to all of you. We've already missed Hanukkah. Hanukkah's done, but happy belated Hanukkah to those of you who celebrate that, and Merry Christmas to the rest of you. Happy New Year, or whatever it is you celebrate this time of year. Celebrate it responsibly, of course. Hug your loved ones and enjoy it, man. Enjoy it.
RIVN, this is finally giving you what you wanted it to on Friday. Yeah, this is what you wanted on Friday. All right, you guys are talking about SEAC. Let me take a look at SEAC. Yeah, I mean it's doing its thing again, but look how choppy this is on a daily chart. I mean, I find it very difficult to trade. A lot of volume coming in, yes. 23 million, 39 in the float. Very choppy on that daily chart. I think that was dropping when I was on my break here. Yeah, right at 12:15. I actually saw this, and there was your top. A nice drop from there, though. You can time it right. Okay, and the market is starting to drift down again. What are we now? 670, 300 on the NAS. I'm not getting any new alerts right now. Yeah, I don't like. I mean, I know this is showing up on my option scanner. The CESEAC. Well, there's the high looking left 5 days ago, 190. I guess if it could ever, there's another high, 215. It's just so choppy on that daily chart. All right, here's another one okay, what is this one going to do? TUR just showed up on the option scanner. Oh, this is the Turkey ETF. Okay, yeah, this of course Turkey. If you've been following what's happening in that country, been battered and bruised. So that's quite a recovery, 15 to 17. The high looking left. I mean, I'm not going to trade it. I just, I don't trade country ETFs. 1772, though it's kind of interesting. 1772 is the next high looking left. Oh man, another crypto play. Look at this crypto play. LX just all-time low now. LX. Meanwhile, APTS just keeps making new high after new high after new high. Well, look at this. So TUR, what a pop it had. I mean, so you had the alert at 17. I didn't take it, but 1717, and there's the high looking left at 1772. I did not take it out of that option scanner. Wow, look at this. I mean, I guess I should have taken it. Look at this. What a move. 1717, and now it's at 1787, and it's through the high of Friday. Yeah, no, I know it's a Turkey ETF. Yeah, I mean that's. Been kind of keeping an eye on what's happening in Turkey and the devaluation of the lira, etc. But this is a big pop. I don't know if there's some specific news showed up. What has happened with AUVI since it's halted earlier in the day? Yeah, some volume coming in. Got halted. It was a big drop, 518 all the way down to 4. And now it's trying to come back. Low float, 4.8 million in the float. In ROIV, that was really flying earlier. That got halted also, I believe. Yeah, it got halted also. We're up at 17, and it came way down to 12. Barry Boy. Boy, I wonder who that is. I'm never going bankrupt. I wonder who that could be. Starts with a V and ends in a Y. Boy, this Turkey ETF, my goodness, did it ever rip? Man, I'm sorry, guys. I mean, I just didn't, obviously, I didn't think, I don't typically play ETFs, number one, and then a country ETF, number two. I rarely even see them, but look at this, 1717, and it gets all the way up to 1850, and we're talking in only, we had that alert at 103, it's only 109, 110 right now. Wow. Iraq is purchasing Turkey. It might be. You know what? I wanted to type that in. Somebody was saying $10 on the bounce. Yeah. Or not $10, but the $10 price. Well, Williams, I guess, theory came true. This was only a partial clinical hold as opposed to a full clinical hold. And there's the cross. I guess you're looking probably a bunch of crosses. 15-minute cross at $9 for blue. And a 5-minute cross at $8.41 for blue. I'm still thinking that GRTX may have another run left in it. You just need some volume. Later on, what time is it now? 1:11? I don't recall calling blue early, unless you're talking about the pre-market. I mean, we talked about it in the pre-market, but oh, I see. Okay, well that was the pre-market then. And here too, I probably mentioned it here because I think William wanted was going long in this area. Well, I guess everything's okay with Turkey again. Look at this is to me what a miss by myself. Just dismissing a country ETF as not worthy of my of my trading. Too bad. Shoot. You know, guys, AERC is trying to do it again. Got as low as 1076. So it's like a big 3-bar pullback on the 15s. In theory, I guess if it got over 1238, the high of that 15-minute candle, that could get it running again. I'll probably be wrong about the SEAC also. Watch this thing just take out two or something. No, it didn't. Okay, good. Well, I shouldn't say good. If you guys are in this one, I'm sorry. Yeah, look out, Zach. Wow. Man, am I, well, I don't want to call myself an idiot because, I really didn't think much of this move, but my goodness, Turkey, TUR. I mean, now we're even challenging the high of 2 days ago, which was a night around 20. What a move. I know you're protecting yourself, Zach. This is, as crazy as it sounds, this is probably one of the best option plays or trades from the option scanner that we've had maybe ever in terms of the length of time. I mean, we've probably had bigger moves, even bigger percentage moves, but look at this. This is at 103, and what are we now? We're at 116, so 13 minutes for a move from 16 to almost 20 now. Almost 20 now. Now here's TKC. This is the other one, I guess. Okay, so another Turkey wired communication stock. Okay, so there's TKC. Whew. And this, yeah, it got halt. Well, yeah, it got halted. TKC guys is slightly lagging, but it's a company. It's not the ETF. But to me, this has got to be getting into a bunch of resistance here. It's got to be. I don't know what the news on Turkey is. I really don't. Just in time for Christmas. Right. Um, I don't know what the news is. I mean, it's been. I mean, you look at the news earlier. I mean, this was. I mean, this has been ongoing. If you've been following what's happening in Turkey, the country, this has been ongoing. But I mean, this was actually news. In fact, I guess it didn't have enough volume because it was actually halted at 7:55 before the market opened. I guess it didn't have enough volume or something. But I mean, this is. So I don't know what happened. I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, there's no news in Interactive Brokers. And what? So tons of option trading today. And look at this. I mean, 21, almost 22,000, and counting, of course, contracts. But more importantly, it's 12 times normal. All right, here's another one, guys. Mogo. You're not Turkey, are you? Make sure. I'm pretty sure it's not, but Vancouver, of course. Mogo. Mogo is just popping here. A lot of volume just came in for some reason. And the answer is they actually did have some news. Here's your news. Receives final regulatory approval for launch of Mogo Trade. Whatever that is. No, I should look at them. Mogo Trade, new bar for commission-free trading in Canada. Well, rather, first trading app in the world to turn every investment into climate action. All right. Where do I sign up? That was the news. Did you see what I put up there? Okay. Now, is that good enough to keep it popped? Evidently not. We're basically back to flat. So as a Canadian, I don't know anything about Mogo Trade. I mean, I know I've heard of them, of course, and I think we've actually traded it before, but I don't know anything about Mogo Trade in terms of trying to open an account in Canada. And guess who got halted? SOPA. SOPA got halted. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I have to scroll up. Turkey. So Turkey resumed. TUR resumed. And on that resumption, actually a bit of a drop. Yeah, SPDRB is actually trying to crawl back. It might be interesting over 4. I mean, there's a lot of consolidation right here. But as usual, you need some volume. You need some volume. I mean, look at the volume we had here. I mean, the volume, it's still a lot, 10 million with 7 million in the float. But remember, on Friday, we had over 100 million shares traded. So, unless you get a volume pop, I wouldn't be touching this. Just look at the 2-minute chart, look at the 5, look at the 15. Unless you start to see something which there's some enthusiasm, meaning buying, I wouldn't touch this one at all. Not yet. Well, you know what? SPRB is moving. Is it moving on volume though? Can we see any sort of, a little bit of volume on the 2-minute? You can kind of see it here. You can start to see it on the 5. And there's the AUVI. So we're actually having some small cap craziness today. There's the AUVI. I think this is a sort of a, it's not a sort of a virus play. Didn't they say shine a light on the virus and it'll kill it? I don't know. I can't remember. I think that was their big thing years ago, but months ago. I may be wrong. Well done, Zach. I don't know where you added, but obviously from that, could not crack 20. However, it has come right back up. So I'm assuming you have covered. It has come right back up and right back down. So this is pretty choppy right now. Oh man, look at Canopy. CGC just. Let's take a look at MJ, guys. Read it and weep. Look at MJ. And Ovi just got halted. Ooh, on the way down though. Look at this. I mean, look at this ETF. I mean, this is, when was this? This was back in February when it was all the way up to 34. Okay. And even that month it gave it up and just been drifting down ever since. Well, look at SPRB, guys. I mean, I didn't think that the volume was that stellar, but it is certainly taking it up. I don't see like a big volume bar on the 15-minute chart, but it is definitely taking it up. So this is, man, you got to be so careful. I mean, look at this. I mean, this got up to what, 538, and it just got halted on the way down at 444. One of those where you cannot get into something like this and just wander away. There's the float, 4.8 million in the float. So that's what can happen. Yeah, this is okay. So this is the the founder calling his device perfect for the home. It removes all virus and bacteria, as well as eliminating allergy-causing molecules. All virus. I wonder what virus. I wonder under what conditions that has been tested. You know, this Cure is having nice bounce days, guys. It still has some room. I'm not saying to take the trade, of course, but you know, after being hammered down on Thursday, had a okay day on Friday, and is still trying to recover. Yeah, if it gets the volume, I mean, it just has to get the volume. GRTX. What time is it now? 1:30. Yeah, I mean, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, that can happen. Let me take a look at SPRB as an example. I mean, that didn't really start taking off. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with GRTX, but that really didn't start taking off until 1:45 on Friday afternoon, when then it just went absolutely ballistic from 3 all the way up to almost 6, almost a double. Okay, and look at the volume. I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen with GRTX, but we've got what I'm going to call a similar situation. We've got the same low float. We've got an analyst, or Citigroup, putting a lofty price target on it, just like Oppenheimer did with SPRB on Friday, with a 15 target. Citigroup has put a 20 target. So who knows? I mean, what time is it now? 1:31. You never know. Out of nowhere, you start getting the volume. All right, guys, I am going to, in case you guys ever wonder why I take a little 30-second walk around break. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, so AUVI resumed. How many were there when you first started looking? How many shorts were there for TUR? So guys, we have another earnings play here. We've seen this one. Blade, BLDE. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this would really have to try to take out this 923 mark. It's an earnings play and chopping around on the daily. It's up a little bit. Very few companies release between now and the end of the year, but these guys do, or did, as well as CCL, Carnival. These guys also, OCC, released earnings too. Micron, do they really? Okay. Well, I shouldn't say the bets are being placed. I mean, the markets, virtually everything is down. So you can't blame that on people thinking earnings aren't going to be great. But I wouldn't be betting on them. That's right. You're right. Nike also. Yeah, Nike. I always think of Nike releasing when all the other big guys do, but no, they're way on their own. Another new high for APTS. Another new high. Briefly. There's another. I can't remember again. I don't know if this is an IPO or a SPAC or symbol name change. Probably looks like an IPO. Arbot. Another one. I don't. I don't know what the stats are for the IPOs this year in terms of how much they're up on mass or down on mass. I don't see anything that's been really good. I'm sure there has been maybe the odd one. I just haven't. I can't off the top of my head think of an IPO that has been really successful this year. Successful meaning when it opened, it's today. It's above that first day. I'm sure there are some. Well, at one point it was very successful, yes, but I'm talking about now. I mean, look, yeah, I mean it got up to 178. That's cut in half. I mean, so it opened at what 106. It's down. It's at 89. So I'm talking about its first day of trading compared to now. I mean that. Believe it or not, that's probably one of the most successful ones in theory because I mean it opened at 106. It's only down to 89. Show me an IPO though that's been out for maybe 3 or 4, even 3 months that's gone up. I'm not saying there aren't any. I just don't know off the top of my head. Oh, I'm not going to make any. A dip to go long? No idea. I mean, all the EVs have been just been beaten up. It's your guess as good as mine when this dip. Are you talking about intraday or are you talking about longer term? Oh, law. I have no idea. On that, I have no idea. The EVs are in disarray, guys. I mean, just look at, let's take a look at the ETF, one of them anyway. Drive, DRIV. I mean, it's, I mean, I suppose this has been on the upswing except for this month. But I mean, in the last, 2, 3 weeks, show me an EV play that's done well. But anyway, I'm the wrong person to ask about a long-term trade and something like that. Anyway, oh, they're all going, but I mean, at some point, you would think if you really believe in the future well, I believe it too, that that's what's going to happen. But when are you going to, like, how long are you willing to hold it? 5 years, 10 years, 2 months? Well, yeah, William, let's see if we can get some late day volume into it. Even Sava's having a bounce, guys. Sava, you're probably out of this one now, Zach, but Sava's having a bit of a bounce. Pretty key area for to try to get through. In fact, I think it did. The next high looking left on the 15 is about 36.30. And then after that, that would be a big area for to try to get to, that 37.60. So not quite $2. Then there's probably a lot of resistance. Yeah, SPY trying to get off the mat. Yeah, well, yeah, so the Dow's only down 544. Last time I looked, I think it was down 6 something. So, all right, guys. So much for the SPRB breaking out over 4, though. Did not hold. Well, here's another one, guys. And now this is from the option scanner. It can happen at 246. Back here, it really didn't do much. I mean, it got up to 240.50, pulled back, starting to move. Some volume coming into LCTX through the 200-day now. But then it's got all of this to contend with. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. All this stuff to contend with. Well, we're getting a little bit of volume in these GRTX. Right at that 145, little bit, not much, not enough to really pop it yet, but Yeah, guys, listen, if this SPY action continues, we might start to get some decent bounce plays. I know somebody was mentioning PTPI. I find this a very messy trader also. You know, up, down on that daily chart. All right, William. There we go. We're getting some volume now. GRTX, we're getting some volume. I'm telling you guys, don't tell me that 145 is the magic time for these sort of plays. All right. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. You know what's had a nice comeback now is that BKKT also. I just see these. These are my thumbnail charts. Another nice 812, 877 now. $300,000 shares at 36.10 for the Sava. Okay. Sorry, AGL. Well, I'm sorry, I just had AGL up for briefly. What are you doing? Okay, actually, this is interesting. The next high looking left. And 20, right about there. 24.24, so it takes that out. It has some room to the 25.50 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least it has some room if it can clear this that high right there, which is not showing up. Looks like it's on 24.27. Let me just put on alert right there and see if it takes it out. It's not a low float. All right, guys, what time is it? 1:52. Okay. Today's Monday, so there's no marketing meeting, no nothing. It's Turkey. I mean, I tell you, it is still strong. TUR, it is still strong. I mean, it dipped down just below 19, but it's trying to hold. Yeah, so this had an upgrade this morning. Somebody said, I think it's either Oppenheimer or Wainwright. Um, and let's take a look left. 719 is the next high in the monthly chart. Boy, if it ever have to watch this one going forward. I mean, if it takes out that 719, probably won't do it today. It may not ever happen, but if it did happen sometime, fairly soon, then you start looking left and you got a ton of room for GNFT. And there it is, GNFT guys. Well, maybe it takes it out today. I don't know. I mean, it's taken out the high of last week's 575. That was the high of last week. The next high looking left is 615 on the weekly chart, so that's fairly close. And then after that, 719. And so this had an upgrade this morning by Wainwright. Okay. Well, okay. At least they didn't put some crazy price target, but it's $8. Okay, it's not like it's 100. So I see why you're shorting OPLX. I do see why you're shorting it. It's from the topping plays. Yeah, that's a big pullback. Maybe on the what? On the 15s? Red bar ignored on the 15s. I don't see it. Not on the for GNFT. I don't see it at all. That certainly there's no red bar ignored here. That's just a massive pullback. 587. Well, massive. I mean, 20-cent drop. Where are you seeing that? You're talking here? What, like way back here at 11:15? 555? I don't see it. Not on the 15. At least this is not classically a red bar ignored. If you're talking a red bar ignored, there isn't one. There was one here, which definitely set it up nicely for a run. It might be semantics though, because I mean this is, but I can tell you there's no red bar ignored at 555. Okay, well, typically what we call a red bar ignored is something like the red bar has to be completely engulfed by the previous green candle. That's what we call, anyway, in this room, that would be a red bar ignored. And that there is one right there for GNFT. So right there, you see, there it is. Then the next candle is green. So you have an uptrend, pause, and then continuation. On the 5 minute, okay, let's take a look at the 5 minute. I'm sorry, I thought you said the 15. There might be, it might be. I'd have to really squint to see it. So let's just change this to a 5 minute. Okay, so yes, I mean, sort of. Yeah, sort of. I mean, it's not quite fitting the bill because the high here is 555 and the high here is 555. So this is not totally engulfed. And also the next candle was not green and moving above. Now, there was a delay. So had that candle been here, you know, we could have said, you know, other than the fact that it wasn't 100% engulfed, yes. So I do see what you're saying. Come on, come on. Symbols. And what else is new? Another new high for APTS. Boom! Well, I was wrong by about 15 minutes, but here's some volume coming in now to GRTX. A little bit of a volume burst here on the 2-minute chart. Just got to start seeing it on the 15. You know, we need, what time is it right now? 1, 2, okay. What we want to see is something like this. I would say something like that. You know, I think then that would really start to shoot it up. I don't mean the color, but just the volume. Boy, oh boy, APTS. Be interesting to see what this one does tomorrow. I mean, it is shortable for me. Lots of shares available. I'm not looking, of course, to short it now. I'm just saying, be interesting to see what this does tomorrow. I mean, this is getting into territory. Well, it's a 2-year high now. The next high looking left is around 17 on the monthly chart. That is back in May of 2019. Oh, I'm hoping this is just the beginning of that move, though, for GRTX. I may be wrong. It did hit, what, 470. It did hit 470 earlier. And then with that price target, you never know. I mean, all right, guys, inch by inch by inch. For the GRTX. All right, now we got something going, I think, anyway. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, the high. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to reach that high. 473 is the high of the day. Well, I'm not going to be greedy, that's for sure. It's the only thing I've traded today. GRTX. It's the only thing. See, the volume is, what time is it? 2:06? Yeah, so you see how the volume is starting to increase right here. Just needs, it's got another 9 minutes. Very nice. Very nice fade for you, excuse me, for the OLPX. Start to pay a little more attention to those now. Kramer pump, good old Bausch, BHSC. Good old. What is, yeah, look at that. Whatever he's saying is causing this stock to move. Look at the volume coming into BHC. Big float, 350 million in the float. Next high looking left is 2501. So takes that out. Then there's 2541. I just don't see it having a lot of room. I may be wrong, but I just don't see it having a lot of room. SOPA warming up again. Yeah, it is. Yep. Used to be Valiant. I know some of you have heard this story before, but when we first started with the AI back, I think in 2016, it may have actually been in the fall of 2015 as a sort of a little test, and we put it out there. And BHC was one of the first alerts to short, and I think it dropped $100 or something that day. Some crazy number, maybe $40 or $50. And we're going, oh my gosh. So that day for the AI was probably the best day ever. It was over 100, like it fell over 100. Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. You know what, guys? The SPY's having a nice little crawl back. We're only down 500, only down 200 now. Dow and Nas, but the SPY's having a nice little crawl back here. Meanwhile, BDSI. This isn't. I mean, I don't know. Take a look left on the weekly chart. We've got 315. The next high is 354. So there's room. I mean, there is some room for this one to run. It's volume coming in. You can see the first alert was at just after 2 o'clock. Well, in fact, the first alert was at 2 o'clock. And at 318. Now, the 200-day is right there. 360, so that could easily stall it. Will not quit. APTS just will not quit. So now we're getting close again to that 17 level. 1694 is the next high looking left, 1694. It's not a tremendous amount of volume. I mean, it's 2 million shares. I mean, for it, that's a lot. It's 10 times normal. But it's not like it's a tremendous number of shares traded. I mean, well, look at the volume. I mean, it's all about the volume for the grits. You can't really see it. I'm going to have to expand this 15-minute chart just a little. Am I wrong? Oh, I got the wrong symbol. That's why. GRTX is what I wanted. So look at the volume. I mean, you just see it, guys. I mean, there it is, proof positive. Hey, Chris Riley, who was Michael saying, who cares about volume? I basically said if it can get to that kind of level of volume, which it almost is. I couldn't believe he said that, Chris, that volume. I completely disagree. Then again, he's not intraday trading that much. Perhaps that's it. But I mean, this is it. I mean, look at the volume. I'm not saying it's going to keep going. I have no idea what it's going to do from here. But I mean, without that volume, look what it was doing for seemingly hours. Okay, and just doing really nothing. You get a volume pop, and that's what's going to happen. So, hi Tom. When you say how does it work? First of all, are you a Trade Ideas subscriber? Are you brand new to trading, or are you a Trade Ideas subscriber? Okay, so Tom, okay, you're answering in the off topic now, so yes. Okay, so when you say how does it work, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. We have very simple rules. We don't pump anything. If you have a stock that you're interested in talking about, throwing it out, you go into the stocks only, and you just say, hey guys, maybe take a look at this one. Maybe have a reason for it. Other than that, I mean, these are my scans that I'm showing. I have other scans on my other monitors. I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you go to my home page, you go to my home page and you will see the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, right here. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. So when you say how does it work? Well, I mean, very few rules other than we don't talk about how much money we make. We don't talk about how many shares we take. But you want to talk about a certain stock, go ahead. But I'm a momentum trader, so that's why most of the things, virtually everything you see, is going to be a stock either making a new high or a new low for the day. But we have all sorts of different trading styles in the room. Exactly, in the stocks only, exactly, right. That's why you have the various tabs. Okay, guys, as we talk about all the time, manage your trades, right? GRTX. I don't know what it's going to do. Zach mentioned health a little while ago, HLTH. I just think again it's coming into, well, I mean, maybe it's got some room to 12. That's just not enough for me. Again, if you're new, I mean, what I always look at is the daily and the weekly and the monthly charts, okay? Because everything I see is basically making a new high. So I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance at all. So I'm always in, that's why I have, even though I'm basically an intraday trader, that's why I do have these higher time frames, because I want to look left to see, okay, where could it keep going to until it hits another high? I just like to put the odds in my favor. Doesn't mean it's going to hit, keep running to that high, but I don't want to see anything on these higher time frames that could block a stock from moving higher. Of course, there are other reasons why it won't keep going higher, but at least I just want to take chart resistance as one of the reasons. I want to take that out of the equation. So what we're seeing here in the simulator, okay, what we're seeing here is, again, this is in the simulator, okay, 400 shares, entry was 415, so the last is 432. This is telling me what my profit is as we speak. What this is telling me, the max P&L, what that is telling me is if I could have got out of the trade at the absolute high while I was still in the trade, so in other words, up here, not that high, because this trade in the simulator was not taken until this level here. So this was the high. If I can get that cross to stop. So if I could have got out at 449 from 415, I would have had a max $126 profit, okay? That's what that is referring to. So what you don't want to have happen is, let's just say that happened. What if that was like $500 or $600 or $700 max P&L, and now it was down to $65? You wouldn't want that to happen. You shouldn't allow that to happen. Okay, so it's a good way to gauge how good are your exits. Do you take out some? I'm just going to leave it in, just to show you how this is working. The other thing, which is a good column to have, is when I get out of a trade, the distance from the exit price. What that's going to tell me, let's just say for argument's sake, I get out of this trade right now at $4.30. What I would want to see happen is, of course, if I'm out of the trade, I want to see the price dropping. And that would tell me, okay, good exit. And that's what the distance from the exit price would tell me. If it's a negative number, it means the current price is below where I got out, which is of course what you want when you exit a trade. What you wouldn't want to see is a big positive number, meaning, wow, I must have left a lot on the table. So I mean, look, there's no way you're not going to be able to get out at the absolute top. I shouldn't say no way. I mean, you might be able to, but I mean that's not all we're really trying to show you here though is how good are your exits. Now, if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then I can practice swing trading. Okay, if I leave this trade in here in the simulator, then this becomes I'll carry it forward to tomorrow, and for as many days as I want. So I can practice swing trading using the simulator. So even though I always talk about using the simulator if you're brand new to trading, before you actually start trading your account, please practice trading. I'm always going to say that. But you can practice swing trading. You might be a so-called, seasoned trader, but you might say, I wonder what would have happened if I swung trade this. Or maybe you have a specific strategy that you'd like to test to see how well it would work. Okay, so it's not just for people who are brand new. In terms of using the simulator. And the simulator works on our real-time data. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data. And this is all, what I'm doing here is all part of the standard package. You don't need our premium service for it. You do need our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, then this is not available. And you'll notice right here, it says Brokerage Plus. That's what this is. 2 options underneath, live and simulation. The live is if you have an interactive brokerage account or an E-Trade account, you can actually connect a Brokerage Plus, this is what we call our Brokerage Plus window, to either of those 2 accounts, and then you can actually trade from within. Trade ideas. And then of course the other option is simulation, which is what I was just talking about. A ramp scan, all right? BHC. So this was the Kramer pump. Yeah, I mean, it obviously kept moving. It got right to this level here, and this, I don't know if it's going to stall it, but it looks like that's probably one of the reasons why I wasn't so interested. I mean, obviously, if I'd known it was going to go from 24 whatever to 25 something, I would have taken it. But I just saw this level here thinking, it could easily stall there. But this was the Kramer pump, I guess, on CNBC. Whoa, no kidding, Turkey again. No, no shorts available for me. I guess Rubber was saying there were available earlier at IB, but that's a great break on the 15. I mean, that's a great break on some volume. No, AI is not having a great day. guys, I'm starting to take a look at some of these stocks that are all-time lows. BKSY, another all-time low for it. Another all-time low for CGNT. Now I have this alert set for AGL. I have to figure out why. Ah, yes, this high right there. So I mean, it's got some room. 25.29 is so literally $1 away from the next high, looking left for AGL. Am I most? No, not. I mean, my scan here, I've got two. Usually no more than about $30 though. But lots of different traders in this room that'll trade much higher price stocks than I will. But typically, 30 to 35 is my max. Just because I'm looking for things that can give me a bigger percentage gain. But do I trade Facebook and app? No, I don't trade those. But there are people in the room that do trade, Apple and the more expensive stocks. So, I mean, just because I don't doesn't mean you can't participate in this room. Yeah, just try. Yeah, the stocks only. You got mixed up maybe a little bit. Yeah, in the off topic, stocks only is literally just stocks only. All right, guys. So it is now 2:30, and I started doing this last week, and I'll continue to do so. I'll keep the room open till 3:30, though I'll mute myself at 3. I will keep the room open till 3:30 though. And then if you want to head over to YouTube at 3:30, Chris will be there from 3:30 to 4:30. So there is no gap. We used to have a gap between 3 and 3:30. So if you haven't had enough of trading, or talking about trade ideas or trading in general, you can head over to our YouTube room at 3:30 when I do shut this room down. And I am opening the room earlier now. If you don't know, I'm opening at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So we go from 8 to 3:30 now. Okay, so before I do mute myself in about half an hour, just go over quickly what you'll find on my home page. It's pretty early on the West Coast, yes. I'm up at 4. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Not that, you'll see this. Okay, so we do have a promo on right now, Jolly 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. So you click on Get Trade Ideas. you'll see we do have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the annual premium, $22.68 a year minus the 25%. I think that works out to about $4.60 a day. And then the standard, $10.68 minus the 25%. I think that works out to a little over $2 a day. Big difference is the AI. Nothing really shaking with the AI today, but that is the big difference between premium and standard. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. In fact, my recommendation is don't take out an annual subscription unless you know you want our product. You can always start off with a monthly subscription. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply the 25% discount to the first month only. All right, now if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. However, if you decide within 30 days, you take out a monthly subscription, within 30 days you do want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Okay? We have on my homepage there are 3 free sections. Look at apps. Poor there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern is right here. And all the education that we have. Okay? Most of it specifically for trade ideas. But I'll explain why I'm saying most of it. We have a big user guide now, comprehensive user guide. And you can see it is broken up into sections, but we also have a searchable table of contents. Okay, so if you're looking for something, you can go there. But if you're new to trade ideas, this is what I would do. I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons first. These go over all of the basic features. Top lists, creating top lists, alert windows, creating alert windows, etc. Okay? If I take, this is what it looks like. Okay, what is a top list? Building one, alert windows, creating one, all the way down to Brokerage Plus, this window here, and the AI as we nicknamed Holly. Okay, so all of the basic features are here. Daily support, you hear me talk about a YouTube room, so between 12 and 1, when I do take a break, one of the other traders takes over. And then between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Farley is there, Monday to Friday. And so again, before I sign off, I'll put the YouTube link in if you do want to head over there at 3:30. And daily webinars, I'm sure our schedule now we won't have them until the new year, but you can sign up for them all right here. And then back to basics. This is what I was saying, that most of everything in the education section is geared specifically to trade ideas. But this is a great little series Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put on. And so if you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? Or if you just want a refresher course. Okay, so it's all free. And then, again, my scans. All my scans are here that I'm sharing. I love this one. You know, actually, this is one they gave us Turkey today, TUR. This will get definitely a lot more action once earnings season starts again in about a month. And then I'm loving, of course, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. These ones, these are the ones you see here. This is what I use in the pre-market. I use my gap up and gap down shared, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. This is what I use in the pre-market to try to get an idea about what stocks might be moving once 9:30 hits. Okay, well, once the normal market hours. Okay, so a lot of information on in these 2 sections. Save my link, then you can look at all these 2 sections anytime you want. Okay, and our price alerts is, I don't talk about it enough. I don't think anyway. It's it's an easy feature to use. Okay, and I really think if you're not using it, you're not taking full advantage of trade ideas. We didn't invent the concept of placing price alerts, of course. I mean, every brokerage platform, every charting platform has it, of course. I think that, I've used many different types of price alerts. I think this is super simple to use. First of all, you load it from new and then price alerts. So if you've never done it before, you'll just have a blank screen. Let me get rid of some of these. So what I do is I minimize the window. Okay, I minimize it so it doesn't have to take up any screen space, because I don't have to be staring at my price alerts all day long. So if I minimize it. Now watch. If I put a price alert here for APTS, and in order to do it, all I have to do is just basically move my mouse, see that dotted line, and if I can eyeball it closely enough, if I want it at 1686, I can create the price alert right there. Okay? Of course, I could have typed it in. If I want to have a price alert on below it, 1669, or I could, obviously I could just say 1675. Okay? If I want to put a note in, I can. Typically, I don't. I do with IPOs, but other than that, I don't put notes in. Now watch what's going to happen. And this is hopefully fast moving enough that it's going to either trigger on the low end or the high end. Now watch it stall for an hour. I'm just waiting for one of those alerts to happen. There you go. See what happened? So, see how it popped up on my screen? And the way I have it sorted, I sorted on the triggered time. So that I'll see the last one that triggered at the very top. See how it changed colors too? Or it will change and then faded. I can also put a sound alert on it. Actions, and if you know how to put a sound alert on an alert window, it's exactly the same format. And why I do is because I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer. So when I hear that sound, I know the sound that my price alerts makes, I can come racing back to see what's happening. Okay, so there's no reason not to put price alerts. It's so simple to do. All right, so if you're if you're talking Montreal Trader, if you're talking about literally data points, there's no video, okay, that's going to show you exactly that. But if you're talking about specific data points, like you want the previous day data point, day low or high, morning highs and lows, no, we don't have that. We do have. Let me just show you what we do have. Now, if you're talking about creating a custom formula, which is what you're talking about, okay? If you do go to the channel guide, if you go to the channel guide, give me a moment. Okay, but so now you are talking about a specific data point, right? That's what you want. Position works, but it's not a specific data point. So you have to tell me, are you looking for the specific data point, like the actual low of yesterday, the high of yesterday, like the actual number? What I showed you was, okay, position in previous days. All right, well, let's just say for argument's sake, APTS, its low on Friday was 1397. Is that the number that you want to see? Okay. If you have to see the actual data point, then a couple of things. I have a little blurb on it, but okay, so there is a section in our user guide called custom formulas, okay? This goes over how you, not the specific one that you're talking about. All I can do is give you the data points, okay? But it outlines, okay, if you want to create a custom formula, here are the steps you have to do. You have to go to your account management and also and create a formula, etc. Okay. All I can do is show you the data points, and it'll be up to you then how you want to combine them. So this is what I'm talking about. Give me a moment. Oh, if you're looking for, if you're, okay, I mean, you can have a column that's going to say the previous day's low. Okay, you can, for any stock, sure, you can do that. But this is what I'm trying to show you now. Meanwhile, see how the app's triggered on the high side now and on volume. That's how, look how that price alert worked. Yeah, you won't get an alert, okay? I can tell you right off the bat, Montreal Trader, you will not get a live alert. If that's what you're looking for, no. These are filters, okay? Filters are not alerts. So if you want to be alerted to something like that, unfortunately, no. But as I was trying to say a position, if you use the position in range, for instance, say the position in the previous day's range, okay? And you just wanted to restrict yourself. So for instance, if you wanted to see stocks that were above yesterday's high, you would put 100 in here, in the min. If you want to see them, below yesterday's low, you'd put 100 or 0 here. But if you want to see them close to yesterday's high, for instance, but not above it, you could put something like 95 in the min, 98 in the max. That would be them within 2 to 5% of yesterday's high, as an example. Or the reverse, you could put 2 and 5 here, min 2, 5 max. So it would be within 2 to 5% of yesterday's low. There's no alert you're going to get if that's what you're looking for. You can't stick an alert saying, give me a real-time alert when it takes out yesterday's low or yesterday's high. But sometimes, using top lists and then having that the position in the previous day's range as a column, you can see how close something is to either yesterday's high or yesterday's low, as an example. And then you can maybe start planning, for a trade in that. So I mean, for instance, in this one, so there was no alert. I can show you how you can create the data points so you can see what it is, but there's no alert, no real-time alert. Well, data point. A data point is just a price point. I call it a data point, a price point. So if I said if an app's the low was on Friday was 1393, that's what I call a data point, a low of the day. That's a data point. So it's a price. No, you can create if you're willing to use the position in day's range or yesterday's range, you just create that you just use that position in yesterday's range as a filter, and then you will see every stock that is meeting your criteria. So if you're looking for all stocks within 2 to 5% of yesterday's high, you just create that as a filter, okay, and then after that, then as a top list, and then what you'll do is you can create, you probably want to put a price range you want, a minimum volume, you can add other filters, but you will see every single stock between, I'm just using this as an example, of 2 to 5%, within 2 to 5% of say yesterday's high, or 2 to 5% compared to yesterday's low. So it'll show you every single stock meeting that criteria or criterion. And that's what that's why I'm saying that might be just as good as a so-called real-time alert, because this is showing you maybe ahead of time what might happen. You start to see something that's approaching yesterday's high, and you go, that's interesting. Now what you can do, if you see it, you can then put a price alert at yesterday's high. Yes, you would have to do it for every stock, but there may not be that many stocks, meeting that criteria. So it's not like you're going to have thousands of price alerts to put. Yeah, so you've never created a symbol list, and we call it, everybody else in the world calls it a watch list. We call it a symbol list, okay? But it's basically creating a symbol list. So when you call your preferred stocks, you can only, if you only want to look at your preferred stock, your stocks, yes. If you go to the channel guide, if you go to the, I'll give you a video that I created, okay? Make it easy for you. Okay, so creating a symbol list. So watch that video. Well, if you only trade options, why do you have trade ideas? I shouldn't say it like that. I've got my option scanner, but I'm not trading options. I'm just looking at stocks that have unusual option activity. But you can, so I don't know what you mean. You can create your own watch list or symbol list of just stocks that you want to trade options in, and I don't know how and if you want, are you familiar with our options filters? Is there a new, I don't know if it's up and running yet. Yeah, not yet. Not a channel. Not a channel. It's coming, but not yet. I know it's listed up here, but I just popped it up and there's nothing in it yet. You have to create your own. You go to a top list and then create a race. I'm not quite. How can I put this? I have to figure out a way how I could use it to make money. Okay, it's pretty. I like, it's very nice presentation of it all. But for me, I have to figure out. Okay, if I'm going to set up a little race, how can I make money using it? Okay. I need to find stocks going up and down. Well, Trade Ideas has. You can find stocks going up and down all day long using Trade Ideas. These are stocks. These stocks are going up. These stocks are going down. There's all sorts of different scans you can set up just to find stocks moving up and down. Now these are making new highs and new lows, but we have all sorts of different position in ranges. Okay, well, you know, change, for instance, the change. We have change on different time frames. So for instance, if you wanted to see the stocks that were moving the most in the last minute, either dollar-wise or percentage-wise, you could use this change in 1 minute as an example. But we've got different time frames. So we have 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and 120. So, this has no bearing on whether a stock's making a new high or a new low. It's just looking at in these different time frames. So if you were looking at a stock, even in the middle of the day's range, but all of a sudden, it's having a big change in 2 minutes. You could do something like that. You could find then, for instance, all the stocks with the biggest change in 2 minutes or 5 minutes. Just by creating a very simple scan, but it's a top list. Again, I don't know if that can help you. And critical level breakouts, I don't know if I can help you on that. People ask all the time, I need a scan to show me when it breaks resistance. Okay? Well, your idea, I'm not just using you, but my idea of a resistance area and somebody else's might be entirely different. Okay? So that's why there's really not a scan like that, because that's kind of a subjective question, really. I guess they're buying off Kramer's pump. What else? But if you're trading just solely options, I don't know how. Maybe trade ideas can help you. I really don't know. These are the option filters that we have. We've got some of the obvious ones, the put-call ratio. Option volume is the average number of contracts traded over the last 10 days. Oh, okay. Well, if you're talking about, yeah, but what define morning? What's morning to you? 9:30 in the morning? 11. We cannot zero in on, okay, I want show me a stock that's breaking out over 11 o'clock, Eastern time, if that's what you're talking about, as an example. Again, pre-market, you can set up the same sort of thing, okay? You can see stocks that are very, very close. Here, I think I showed you this. Position in the pre-market range, okay? So if you only want to see stocks that are between, 2 to 5% within, within 2 to 5% of the pre-market high, you could put 95 here and 98 here. And you could play around with that. You want to put 99, very close. 98 to 99. You may not get very many. But these position in pre-market range, these are all the position in range filters. They're pretty powerful, but you're not going to get an alert when a stock takes out the pre-market high, as an example. But so for instance, let's just do something, okay? What time is it? I'll stick around. So I'm going to create a top list window, a new top list window. This is what I'm talking about. So I'm going to start from scratch, load the settings, okay? Now, position in pre-market. Where are you, pre-market? Okay, position in the pre-market range. I'm going to add the filter. I want to see stocks that are, I want to make sure I get something. So let's make it 75 to 98. Okay, I just want to make sure, and you can always tighten this up. Okay, so right now I'm going to see stocks that are within 2 to 25% of the pre-market high, okay? Now I'm going to add some other, you always want to have some other filters, otherwise you'll be inundated. So now I'll put a price. We'll go 1 to 100. Okay, minimum volume, let's go, 300K. Again, I'm just making this up. Okay, now, columns. So obviously I want a price column, volume column. And now this is what I'm really talking about though, the position in the pre-market range. Okay, so I've created a top list. Let's call it pre-market. Okay, now what are we going to see here? So now I'm going to, just give me a moment here. Okay, so I've sorted on the position in pre-market range, okay? So for instance, SEER is 90, it's not quite. There's SEER as an example. So when you look at the pre-market, where I guess it must have hit up here somewhere, so it's not quite, Fate, Jewel, all these are very close. So you can make up your mind, wow, do I want to trade these or not? They're getting close to the pre-market highs. Well, that's what I was trying to say. I mean, your idea, there was no such thing as a morning high because what's your definition of morning? Been asked for a long time ago, Shady, but for whatever reason, we do have opening range breaks, but I understand exactly what you mean. Be nice to see all the stocks that are above the 15-minute high or 30-minute high or opening high. Yep, I get it. I know it's not exactly what you're looking for in Montreal, but I mean, it's the best we can do. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do, listen, I'll always stick around if there are questions. So even though I'm going to say I'm on mute, I mean, if there are some questions, I will answer them. But I'm just going to put this sort of as an announcement. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, just send, I'm not saying it'll ever happen, but, send the suggestion to info@trade-ideas.com, okay? I use my, my gap up and my gap down in the pre-market. And also the pre-market up and down as a top list. This is what I use. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market to find the ones that are gapping. It's on my homepage. I'll give you the link.
Alright, looks like we got a good transfer here. Alright, sound is good. I believe the video is good. Alright, everybody. Few seconds here before 3:30 Eastern. Trade Ideas Live Q&A on the late day side here with myself. Continue to do this where I put myself on camera following suit with Michael and Sean. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. Put a face with the name. So just like the noon session, the gentlemen that do that, I do not have any pre-done content, so free for all with your questions, mostly relating, I hope, to the software and or some trading questions, all on the block here. And, as I do say every day, another interesting day from the market. Battle of the buyers and the sellers, the bulls and the bears, whatever you want to call it. So kind of an interesting blotter from the AI Holly today. She fired out with a couple of alerts that were long side, looked good right out the gate. Unfortunately, the market continued to drift down. That worked against her. She fired some short-sided alerts, and then the market started to pull back up, and that worked against her. So that's trading, it's how it goes sometimes. So again, the questions panel that's there. Give a fire away with any questions that you folks have. Otherwise, I will do my best to keep you entertained and keep it interesting. So under the influence of Barry, I took a day trade today. GRTX, got in and out of it a few times. So odd it doesn't show all my orders here. I'm not sure why that is. It's only showing some of the opening orders on the sells actually. But anyways, whatever. I saw this morning's action with the SPY and the other indexes gapping down, and I knew it wasn't going to be. I knew it was unlikely I was going to find any swing setups for the day. So I thought, $4 stock, how far can it really fall? Keep a tight stop on it, things like that. I actually took it probably around this price around here in the pre-market, about 920, and held on to it for a while and sold some going this way. I don't think I sold. I think at the first trade I had, I sold around 4. And then, pulled down and started to do that. Do this actually in here. Sold in here. And we saw it kind of chopping this way, and I saw the 5 EMA, or the 5/8 EMA here catching up, and I took another shot as it broke 4 and got out some. That's some of the sell orders. Like I said, I'm not sure why they're all not showing up here. Probably because I disconnected and reconnected several times Brokerage Plus today. Loading layouts and reloading layouts. Anyways, a little uncharacteristic for me, but I guess I had the itch to trade, and it just the setup felt right, the risk reward felt right to me, what I was putting in there. And as I look back over, it looks like basically everybody either left or got kicked from the stream again. Boy, that's frustrating. So, alright, we're still quiet on the questions panel there for the few people that have either bounced back in or just kind of stuck it through. So that was that. I was watching some other stuff today, but nothing really interested me, although I did find this. Found this one to be quite interesting, TUR. I can never get anything to load over here, I guess. There we go. Sorry, streaming with the camera and everything else open. Just I Computer really does not like doing this camera bit. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to keep it up. Anyways, I was, watching Barry's option scanner here and saw that come in TUR, and I thought, oh, that's interesting, and then I realized it was a Turkish ETF, and just like Barry, actually, I was listening in the room. I kind of just dismissed it because it was an country ETF. It was foolish, lesson learned. Not sure that I would have necessarily taken it, but just by discounting it, being an ETF like that, I think was very foolish on my part. Turns out to be a great alert, and looking at this here, there's quite a bit of time to get in for quite a bit of alpha here, all things considered, on a risk-reward basis. Giving you a couple of shots to enter here. Anyways, sometimes we pay by the trades we don't take. But I looked for some news. I couldn't see anything other than the normal stuff about their currency being debased and so on and so forth. Again, I'm not that I'm a news person. Generally, I almost never look at the news. You just figure a massive ETF like that for an entire country, maybe something happened. Wouldn't be bad to see some good news that pertains to the whole world at this point. So, anyways, I looked and there's nothing there. So that's that. Sorry, just catching up some different chatter that's going on in here within Trade Ideas. And while you're all silent on me here, Mike C, how are you? Good to see you, buddy. Other than that, there's some interesting alerts that came through on, my short list here. And I was looking at ROIV, boy, kicking myself. Just wasn't a lot of volume in it, and we had a market that was gapping down and so on, but pretty strong chart here actually, and just made a heck of a move here in that 15-minute candle, and came back down and caught this 8 EMA and kind of obeyed it the rest of the day. So there's definitely some trading opportunities to scalp in and out on this thing. The spread wasn't always good, but it wasn't always bad either. So good to hear, Mike. See, hope you are passing the month of December well, and getting ready for the New Year's and all that stuff like that. BCRX, I took a position in this today. I sold some of it, and I got back into some of it. Again, my orders aren't all showing up here. I have to look into why that's happening to me today. One of the stocks I've talked about a few times. It's just been kind to me. I've been on the right side of this trade a bunch of times, so found some support down here that I liked. Price action from the other day, and just the price action that we had that was going on today. So we'll see what happens. This is the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Hoping that that becomes a smiley face. That was a good buy. If not, got to stop somewhere down here, and that's what I'll do. And so again, pretty quiet on the questions panel for me there. So fire away those questions if you guys have them. It looks like we had a little bit of a, just to call it a rally. I'm not really sure if rally is the right word here, but we pulled off the low of the days. We're still off the low of the days. Here's the SPY. Pulled off the low of the days here and looked like we were making a move up, but looks like we are selling into the close. About 20 minutes and change to go, so we'll see how that works out. think that's a big pivot line for us on making some moves back down in the market. Around, what is it, 457-ish. But it's not like it's been a raging bull market for the year. We've really been range bound, to be honest. So, we take a look at the SPY here we'll put them up on this chart here. Look at a daily and a 15-minute here. Give us longer term and shorter term views. And, the SPY being tech heavy, that's not going to help its cause at all. That's 15 minutes on the SPY, and here's the daily. And so we'll see. Are the buyers going to show back up down here like they did here? They're going to show up here like show up here like they did here, and here and here and here and here and here and here. We'll see. We had a nice march up here right into the beginning of September about, and then all of a sudden we come back down, so, and then this kind of range that we've been in right here for a while, popped out of it, popped out of it, popped out of it, popped out of it, and popped back in it. So really just range bound. That's it as far as that goes, and the rest of the indexes all look the same. I won't waste any time climbing through those unless there's some requests to go through any of that. There's some of the sectors that got really slammed around today. I think LIT's one of them. Pretty sure that got beat up real bad after having what was a pretty outstanding year until a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, and it's really handing it back at this point. We started the year. LIT started the year here, right around there. I said it last week when it was sitting around here somewhere, maybe, or here somewhere. I said it'll only take a couple of bad trading days for us to give back almost all the year's gains, just like that. Took that big dip earlier in the year, and before making a nice move up, got range bound here, making that next move up, but it's handed it back in a hurry, that's for sure. So perfect example of stairs up and the empty elevator down. I believe the tan got crushed today. No? Yep. So another one not looking too healthy. That hasn't really looked healthy all year. And just continuing that downward trend, here's about where we start the year on the tan and triple top, I guess, or whatever. And, big sell-off down to here. Made a slight recovery. Had been range bound for a long time, popped out, and I got, I won't say bullish on solar stocks, but I was certainly keeping an eye on a few of them, but just couldn't get past this area right in here, and that was the end of it. So we'll see what the new year brings for that, but I don't envision it recovering very much before the end of the year. And again, you guys are pretty quiet over there. Any questions, scanning questions, whatever within reason with the platform, fire them away for me. So anyways, that's all this in a nutshell. So we can take a dive around a few of these sectors, I suppose, while we're keeping it quiet here on me. And look at position and range in the year, and this was a bit different looking a few weeks ago for sure. Some of these gotten red in a hurry. The ones that have just been god awful. K-Web just continues to look terrible. That's your Chinese internet stocks, and the FXI is your Chinese large cap stocks. So same thing. Emerging markets are no good. Um, just just bad. That's all you can say on those. You've got the opposite as we scroll around here and find ourselves, health. Whoop. So IYR is your real estates. They've been very strong. IYH your healthcare. All right, another strong sector here. So there is some strength in some areas. Your REITs have remained strong here. XHB has been given back a little bit lately. Your home builders. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Compare things where we started and where we are. We started the year down here actually on home builders. We had a sell-off into the end of last year on home builders. We're way up here now on home builders. So we were somewhere just under 60, and we're way up here now. So home builders remain to look strong at the moment. Although bit of a fall off right here the last week plus. Outlook on Ford. It's funny. Sean McLaughlin said something the other day. I think it was in our Slack chat that Ford is going to be like the Microsoft of EVs, meaning they'll be the more affordable one that everybody goes and gets, and Tesla being the Apple of EVs type of deal. Found that to be an interesting comment. I could see that. Ford I think is the heavy player of the traditional car manufacturers that seems to have found their footing the best so far in this EV transition. I think it's with the EV transition, it's not an overnight thing. It's going to be a back and forth between, first off, there's just the logistics of everybody being able to have some kind of electric charger access to that. When you think about massive cities and street parking, I mean, where are all these cars going to get charged? You're not just going to do away with combustion engines. So like anything else, are we all EVs in 10 years? Are we all EVs in 50 years? Are we all EVs ever? I don't know. But Ford, I think, has a good leg up on it. The chart looks great. I love that. Love that. I think you'll have some market dependency on it, that if the overall market struggles, Ford will struggle, because it more likely than not means there's a struggle in the economy. I also think that all these shortages, whether they're chips or whatever else has been an issue for supply chain issues, isn't going to help anybody, Ford included. So it's made its move. I wouldn't go chasing anything with it at this time. I would love to see if it can reclaim 20 and do it on some volume. I'd like to see it start to build off that 20 again and start to move back up into that 21, 22 range and go from there. You're going to just, with Ford, you're going to be economy dependent. So for now, it looked to me, like I said, this nice base that we curled right out of, and perhaps we're making a nice one right here. I don't think Ford is something that's one of those turn around in 1 or 2 days and turn a big profit on type of trades. It's one of those longer sleepers, just like what you saw for this move here. All right, it's a move that was many, many months in the making. What I would say is, know your time frame, know your risk. Is it worth holding a stock for, if you got in here and you sat through some of this punishment to get this move up to here, or you got in, wherever you got in, just hypothetically speaking on taking out this level here, whether you'd bought somewhere in here and then you held through a lot of this, or you bought it back here, or you bought it here, you bought it here, you bought it here. Know your time frame, the fact that you're going to have money tied up in it, and that there could be other missed opportunities for it. So that that's kind of the thought on Ford. Its actual outlook, who knows? Like I said, I like the chart. I was almost going to put money to work in it the other day, and when I started to think about the time frame, I might actually have to sit in it to really see it worth having put a position on it. I decided against it, and that was my reason why. Is just thinking about how long it took this move to happen. And for all, I say all this, and Ford could be at 25 tomorrow morning or 25 on Thursday before we shut down for the weekend. So, you know, I'll trade it according to what I've got for an account, and that's it. INTC. Sure. So boy, I don't know what it is, but I'm just my camera. This camera really has me. I'm using my iPhone as a camera and a software called Camo with OBS, and my computer just cannot handle it. So this might be my swan song on the camera until I pony up for a new computer, because all day long I was zipping along. Actually, the best I'd been running in about 2 or 3 weeks. Intel, duh. I don't see anything really great happening here for now. I'm not sure what that was. I don't see an E on the chart, so it can't be earnings. And we topped out back here in the spring, and it's just been lower highs ever since then. I mean, you're one kind of fake out here trying to get up above it, and that this was obviously rejected by this, kind of all lines up right there. And now you're range bound here and moving towards the bottom of that range. So another one of those charts, you know, 23 mil shares traded today, but that's its normal volume over the last 10 days. So unless they have some kind of big announcement, they're doing something, they have something in the pipes that might come out and turn things around for them. I don't see anything from Intel at the moment. I see more of this range, to be honest. If it breaks this range, then you've got this line up above it for this range here on the daily chart. And if we were to look down to this end, we head down this way, somewhere around this area. I mean, a line's not perfect, but there's no such thing as a perfect pivot line anyways. So again, like anything else, unless there's some kind of catalyst to really get it going, you're putting money to work with, whatever you define to be your risk reward targets, and knowing that you could be sitting in the position for a long time to see movement to one side or the other, to be honest. And I know it's one of those stocks that can explode for sure, but I suspect most of these explosions have to do with, big chip orders, and earnings, and things that you and I are not going to be able to predict, that's for sure. So it's kind of, that's my thoughts there anyways. Um, it's one of those funny stocks in the sense that it's, 4 billion float, but like, look, that's a massive move in a day. You've got a few of these all through here. Yeah, of course. And I disclaimer, I'm no CMT or anything. I just, when I think about it, when I think about the range of stocks and what gets things moving, you start to, like any puzzle, you put these pieces together, and now the pieces that I'm looking at for Intel may not be the same as the pieces anybody else would look at. It's just my thought process in it. Look at some ranges and some pivot levels, and you know, and the fact that this thing is just kind of grinding lower for a while, and you get a gap down and you start to grind around in the same area, and for whatever reason that moves up, and all that. So happy holidays, Kev. Thank you for popping in. And so, again, I throw this out there consistently as I see, watching now how many people are here up and down or whatever. It's an open forum Q&A, so if you guys have actual questions on the software, please by all means. Otherwise, I don't mind just kicking around a few charts and looking at some stuff. I tweeted out some charts this weekend. SFM was one of them. It was coming through one of my evening scans that I like to look at. And it's holding up all right today, it looks like. Up a quarter and a nickel. It's one of those funny ones, though, to me. I've traded it twice. Been on the winning side once and on the losing side once. But a lot of times it's been on my radar, and I just haven't been able to time it well. We'll see what happens here with it. You got this strong base that it came out of, and this line here has been a magnet for price action. It's now above it, came down like it wanted to test it, and moving back out on it again, way off its lifetime high of 49.45. So, probably have to bring up a weekly chart to even see where that comes in. But it's something I'm going to keep an eye on. I'm not, not looking to do anything crazy here going into the year end, but certainly watching it. High max here. I took a fast day trade in it on last Friday, and I was like partially kicking myself, thinking maybe I should have held a little piece of it, and looks like I made the right decision. So what I was looking at with this here was, you've got this long selling off, but then we couldn't get through all the support that was here. Kind of saw this happening, that and this within that. And anyways, I thought maybe it might try to push through this, but having the market completely against it at this point certainly wasn't helping its case. So anyways, that's kind of my thoughts there with high max. Like I said, these are some of the things that I'm looking at today. uh, I am a big fan of puns there, Kev. Hey, we're wrapping along here too. Same thing. A little bit every day till the clock hits zero here next this weekend actually. NKTR. This is one that we were talking about last week, and we can see we had this beautiful consolidation here again. I was putting money to work elsewhere. Break that consolidation. A nice move right there. So on the daily chart, it's a lot different looking than it is on that 15-minute chart. An interesting SPY is closing on the highs. Sean is messaging here. And yeah, so we got just under 2 minutes to close it, and got some real heavy volume coming into the SPY right now. So that's what that looks like there. Little red bar ignoring the 15 minutes for the SPY. right, sorry, some more internal chatter going on here as we wrap out this Monday, 20th of December. So, there's still some moves to be had here, whether you're trying to day trade or swing trade. Just, careful is the way it goes, especially the end of the year. And I know everybody want to make the big bucks and all those things like that, and they want to be a millionaire in 3 weeks, but slow and steady pays the bills. So interesting, Vet Vermilion. That was a natural gas stock. I tweeted something out about that this weekend. I'll be honest, I did not think we were going to gap down the way we did today, but what a beautiful gap down and recover from this today. This will be something I'll be taking a hard look at tomorrow for sure. We got these areas of some resistance here, but we've got a nice base kind of built in down here. And with that gap down and an all-day recover real strong like that, would like to have seen a little bit more volume out of this in that. But all the same, I mean, these big volume bars in here of buying, that's got me interested looking at that tomorrow for sure. And then, of course, the other thing that has me interested in looking at that was one of the only sectors today that are looking good besides the VXX, which isn't really a sector, natural gas and your shippers right here. So, nat gas obviously not finishing the year as strong as one might have thought, especially from, 6 to 8 weeks back. It really had blasted off and maybe just got ahead of itself a little bit. We'll see what happens. And, of course, your pharmaceuticals, all this is a very thinly traded ETF. We'll see. We shall see, we shall see. And, your biotechs here, XBI, IBB, we'll see how they hold up with, all these different news headlines and things like that coming out. We'll see what happens. I mean, not a very great looking chart on the daily. You ask yourself, is it going to turn around at some point? Maybe, maybe not. Topping out here at the beginning of the year and just been a steady falling knife ever since. So, some very long-term support that we're looking at here. It breaks that. I don't know where it's going next. But, we look at it for all that time, kind of stuck in this range here, basically. Just zigging and zagging top and bottom of that range very well before breaking down on it. So, anyways, we'll see. Is it making a new range down here before doing that again? Could be. Just interesting to note that it's one of the few sectors that's up from its close on Friday, considering everything else. I'll continue to go through this list of things I was looking at that alerted today. And there's nothing special on this scan that's here. It's this alert window is looking at only the stuff that's on my liked list. And then it's just set up with a new high after, it won't start scanning until 15 minutes after the market opens, looking for a new high with the stocks above, 75 or something like that, 75% above the low of the previous day. We're just looking for, momentum to build on previous day with the ones that I'm already looking at. Yeah, that's exactly it, Kev. Sometimes, especially, we got to take those steps back. I've said many times I wanted to trade like Barry or some of these other whoever's out there. These different trading personalities or whatever. Now, Barry's not a trading personality. Barry is the real deal. But what he does is hard. The way he trades, it's hard for me to do that. The setup's got to be perfect for me to take it. Or, my perfect, anyways. Other than that, I like slower trades, and if it's just not there, it's just not there. That's all there is to it. But when I found myself forcing and trying to find these low float movers, and I found myself on the wrong side of them more than not. So find myself quality setups, and that's not to say I won't take a day trade or anything like that, but when I've got a shorter list of stocks and fewer scans to look at during the day, it's more quality setups to what my eye and brain like, essentially. So, but in all honesty, since sometime in the summer, I've had to cut trades much shorter than I intended to. They just weren't running like they were for, I don't know, 10 or 12 months before that. I was just able to keep positions on longer, take part lots out, part way up, and let them ride for a bit longer than I have been able to do. And I think, we see that here. When we look at things like the RSP, your equally weighted S&P 500. It's a long time. We haven't really gone very far in a long time. That's April, and here we are here. So it's not like we've just ripped right up there, even though we're sitting near all-time highs still. Your MDY, your mid caps here, same thing. It's not like we just ripped anywhere. And this one time right here, almost a couple of months back at this point now, it's kind of hard to believe that. Going back to the beginning of November is almost a couple of months now. Looked like we were setting up for it, and it didn't have it. That's all there was to it. It's right back down in this range. I mean, look at this range that the mid caps have been in, right? Here to here. You had 3/4 of a year basically in a range, and then you popped out for an eighth of it, or a little less than an eighth of it, and you popped right back down into it. So we've a lot of these indexes that are more evenly weighted and really looking at the market without being heavy to one side or the other. They're showing us why these trades aren't running the same way as they used to. And it's not that they don't exist; it just there's less of them is all. I mean, we can find ones that are had some nice runs in them for sure. Um, there's probably something in here on my list that did it that I fortunately wasn't in it. But here, LWLG, it's had a great run in it. All right. Unfortunately, I wasn't part of that great run, but starting from back here up to $20 like that, that's an amazing run. But we're not seeing as many of those as we were seeing. That's all. We trade the market we're in. So sorry again, just looking at some emails and things that are coming in. If there's anything I can answer here while you're all quiet on me on this panel here. So all right, we close. Let's take a look and see if there's anything. Maybe I'll get a head start on my homework for the night here. So let's load from cloud. I'm going to look at this as one of the scans that I like to look at. Made an adjustment on this scan just because I haven't found as many things closing on the high of the day as I had prior. So just see if there's anything here that didn't close on towards the high of the day that might be interesting for me. So I'm just looking at this scan's just looking at some stuff that's breaking out of a 20-day range basically. And so we'll go through a few of these charts here. So that's not something I'm going to go after. Oh no, that was a buyout. I think this is a buyout too, right? Yeah, it looks like a buyout. Very interesting. Might be something worth watching. I don't know that I'm gonna necessarily be interested in it or not, but that's an interesting level for it to be at all of a sudden again. This big base from its IPO here, that wasn't very good. Let's try that again. Can it do that? Let's see. A tough spot to get through today. It couldn't do it a couple times here, so um, doing 2.5 times its normal volume, so that's not too shabby actually. Might be something worth watching for tomorrow. I won't be jumping on it. I put some positions on. I'm going to probably sit on my hands tomorrow more or less. Well, this is one I discussed earlier. It's been on my like list for a few days here, but when something makes a move like that, I'm usually not inclined to take a hard look at it for the next few days, let the price action kind of catch up to what it was doing and see how we feel then. So, LHDX. Eh. Doing almost 4 times its normal volume today, but only 773,000 shares traded today, so not overly liquid. And this is one, looked like it was ready to do something there. It was certainly a failed breakout, so I'm not sure that I want to be a buyer there. But, something's doing almost 4 times its normal volume. Might be worth noting for a day or two afterwards. We discussed TUR, that's a Turkish ETF, so I'm not sure what's going on there. I think you're less chart and more um, global economic news involved in that one. APTS, Preferred Apartments. This is one of my first trades that I ever made was in this stock. Very interesting. Must have had news today. I mean, that's a massive amount of volume compared to what it's normally doing. Almost 12 times its normal volume, running up to be about 3.3 million shares traded today. Certainly has had some good looks here like this to me. It's gone, quite a 15-minute chart there. So again, it's not something I'm going to go chase, but it might be something to watch for, the price action to catch up to some moving averages here and start to consolidate sideways before trying to take a shot back up. Its all-time high is 2271. I think you got to go back pretty far to find that one. Let's see, BPMP. Midstream Partners. It's got to be gas or natural gas or something, right? Pipeline transportation, crude oil. So they must have had some kind of news today, or one private or something, or got bought out. Maybe, I'm not sure, but that's not anything I'm going to look at regardless. You get a big gap up like that. GNFT. I feel like, I was gonna say, I feel like I saw this the other day. Yeah, so Friday had some big action today again, but just when you got these big topping tails, again, not for me. It might be for someone else. And it looks like $6 is a problem for it. Lifetime high is 26.25, so you got to go back for that. So if we get through the $6, you might get a shot at 7. If this is a kind of setup that you're looking for, you're into to try to find these big, these big moves and them building on each other. It's a chase for me, but it doesn't mean it can't keep going. Always talk about extended as kind of relative. AQST. So some of these stocks, they were closing really nice today, and they've got decent volume in them. Again, 3.5 times normal volume, 2 mil shares traded today, almost 2.1 mil. A nice little base that it worked out of here, came back down. All right, this line has been a big magnet for price action, as we can see going back. It's now defended that line, moving right back up to the top of this short-term range here. It could be something. Not a big float. Good size short float right now, almost 13%. The shorts have been moving out though. Might be something worth watching here. 7 obviously is going to be tough, not just the whole number, but whole number with some recent resistance going back to the beginning of this year here. So definitely something to note on that. And I haven't come across anything that I want to put on my liked list yet. NKTR, this is already on my list. I kind of went over it a little bit. Not sure if there's anything else for me to add here. It's had a nice couple of days coming out of this consolidation for a few days, so it's already on my list, so not anything I'm going to put a position on for sure. Coming up towards this gap here. We'll see if that gap can act like a vacuum to pull that price action up into it. ZGNX. A very similar chart as NKTR. Doesn't have the gap that it did, but it has a similar kind of consolidate for a few days and then blast right out of it look. Almost 2 times normal volume, 800,000 shares traded today. Again, another nice short float on that, almost 13%, with 10% of the shorts moving out recently. So again, after a couple of days like this, 1, 2, 3 days up, it's not something I want to go run right into, especially at a $15 resistance level, but certainly worth noting. I know I won't be trying to take any position in it or anything, so, and especially got all this resistance that's up above it, so I'm not going to go ahead and like that right there. And again, I'm just going through all these charts because, nobody's got questions for me. So if you guys have questions on the software itself, anybody has questions on the software, fire those questions away from me. So, here we go. I notice there's a racing feature now. Thoughts, uses, strategies. So it functions with top lists. See, my top list scanning is more when the market's closed, and this is more of a market's open kind of feature. But what Andy and Jamie and Steve and Brad and Dan and a few of them have been really doing with it is interesting. So they run I'll bring it up here, launch a real-time stock race. There's not much I can do with it because the market's closed right now. But, you can put up to 20 cars in it if you widen it up as much as, you can, and throw 20 here. And you can pick how long you want it to run. And then you kind of pick what you want it based on from the columns that you have in that top list. So, during the day, relative volume is really interesting to run a race on relative volume. And then, you're going to want it with the delta value there. And, I'm not going to get anything right now because the market's closed and relative volume doesn't work in the post market. I'm going to put it up just to see if anything happens. So, all right. So because it's on, a 30-second refresh, the way it will work is, you won't see anything till 30 seconds, but, then you see these cars start to go. And if you run the races longer or shorter, you'll see cars start to really move up and then they'll pull back. If the, whatever you're doing it, whether you're doing it on change from close or volume percent today or relative volume, 1 minute volume, whatever you want. And to me, the way I've thought about it, and I haven't implemented it like this because it's just not the way I trade, but for someone that's kind of day trading stuff and they're trying to find things that are really moving, like here you can see the cars moving. I mean, there's no relative volume to really go off of, but might have to do with the relative volume during the day. My point being is that, when you see cars moving like this, it gives you a different visual of the stocks instead of just looking at it like this in this grid here. And you can see where the action's going. It's picking up. It's slowing down as far as whether you, like I said, you want it change from close, dollars or percent, change from open, dollars or percent, so on and so forth. And, it's putting, let's say you have a scan that's got, 50 or 60 stocks that come through it. And now you can make it so you're only looking at the top 10, 15, 20 stocks that are coming through it in a different way. I think people that are very visual, this will help a lot more. Like I said, just because of my trading style, I do most of my scanning at night, and then during the day, then I have some price alerts set during the day, and that's really what I'm trading based off of. So in my personal strategy, I'm not finding it entertaining, but I'm not finding really a use for it yet. We'll also see, I thought about running some races for the day and with position and range and watching stocks that are, moving up stronger in position and range on the day and how that might affect taking position if the top list is based on longer term position and range, while I'm sorting on the position and range day to find strength. So I've had some ideas around it. I just haven't executed any of that right now. So that's kind of the short and skinny as far as that goes. Like I can mess around real quick. We go new, right, top list over, and let's see here. Yeah, it's one of those things that I think there's a few different ways to slice and dice the function of it. Um, but like, let's do. Let me take a shot here at something for the post market and see if we get any action. Um, volume today. So all I'm doing with this here is I'm saying for this top list to find me stocks that are in between $400 and $500 that trade at least $500,000 today, and then it's going to sort on the volume today percent, and then that's how I'm going to run the race because that'll work in post market. And just see what we got here. And so if we go to launch real time race, and I'm just going to move this so I can widen this window. All right, we're going to go with replace cars in case anything drops on or off the list. We'll run it for 2 minutes. And then, so we're going to do it based on volume percent today. We're going to do the delta value. And we'll run it and let's see what happens. Oh, I didn't change it to whatever. Stop. Can I edit this race? How do I do that? Open top list, clear race winners, hide race setup. We'll start a new race. Let's do that again. Launch the race. Here we go, 20, 2, and again we're gonna do this based on volume percent today and a delta value of that. We'll place cars if they drop on or off. Now we'll go. Alright, here we go. And we'll just kind of see what happens here. And like I said, you're not going to see, because it's that 30-second refresh of the top list, so we won't see anything till, I guess, around here. That'll be 30 seconds, a minute, 90 seconds, 2 minutes. Jamie will be on Thursday. We got a shortened week because the market's closed on Friday. I thought it was a half day on Friday, but apparently the market's closed on Friday. All right, and so we can see that this one, is still running here in the after hours for its volume percent today, increasing. All right, and none of these other ones that made moves during the day today, they're not going anywhere right now. All right. So just give us a snapshot of what's moving based on the volume percent today, and that volume percent today filter is a 10-day look back of its average volume over 10 days. And so now this was early in the day and we were doing it based on this, these cars that all be at different spots on the track, and we can click on any one of these stocks and see, what the action's doing. Pull up the chart obviously and make a decision from there. Yeah, exactly. Zoom zoom. It's that Mazda with zoom zoom, right? We've messed around talking about some different things. Bulls and bears, when it's moving forward, have it as a bull. If it moves backwards, turn it into a bear. Some different stuff like that. But we can see Sopa. I don't think I've ever ridden in a car that had nitrous in it. I just have a quick question that I don't seem to get. How can I find a symbol with a shortcut key? I'm not. There's no shortcut keys, unfortunately, in here. The only two ways to load up symbols is either click on it from a scan, or click on the chart and just start typing it. And that's going to be your ways to change symbols. Yeah, that's what I would go with. Well, I think it's been used mostly as a visual momentum indicator. Like I said, I'm thinking, I think I'd like to at some point run like very long term. Yep, click on the chart and just start typing. Exactly. I'd like to think of some top lists, finding things that are breaking out of maybe some longer term position and ranges that are maybe picking up volume or picking up a breakout on shorter. So let's say we coupled a top list that's looking at things that are breaking out of a 3-month range, and then also maybe breaking out of a 5-day range too, and then maybe using a volume set or a volume set of filters to run the actual race on. So now we know we're returning, or the stocks that are going to be in here are going to be ones that are breaking out of those longer and shorter term ranges. And now we're going to sort them by looking at the things that have the most traction. Sorry, messing around with the words here because it's cars, with that volume essentially. So forgive that terrible pun / dad joke. So sorry, a message from Andy here. I'm gonna help him with something tomorrow in a presentation we're doing. So just reading a little bit about that. All right, so we're at 427 here. I guess I'll start to wind this down and walk us out for the day here. So this kind of find it odd timing. Barry and I switched up how we were doing this. Before, Barry would shut the room down at 3 o'clock and I'd reopen at 3:30. Last week we swapped it up that he's going to keep it open on mute, and at 3:30 I'll start streaming and just take it over and go back live. Oddly enough, since we started doing that, it's become utter crickets in here. So I don't know whether that's just the timing for the end of the year and the holidays, or what to make of that. Either way, I'm here at 3:30 every day for now. Best place to get your guys' questions answered pertaining to the software. If you've got some chart questions, anything like that. I don't come with any content every day, so sorry if anybody finds this boring the last couple of days. There's not a whole lot going on in my own personal trading to start with. And I don't come with content every day. So, some days I have some thoughts, some days I don't have a whole lot of thoughts, depending on what I've been working on during the day. So it's an open forum, 3:30 every day. Barry will open the stream at 9 o'clock every morning. He runs it more as a trader's room up until noon Eastern every day. He gives up the comm for an hour on a Q&A much similar to this from noon to 1 o'clock Eastern, and then he takes it back over. From 1 to 3, he's back live on the mic. Again, more as a trader's room. Not that he can't answer questions, just more trader focused. And that's that. So join us. We're here. We're trying to get you guys as much content as we can, live content, whether, you've got a question about the software, charts, some combination thereof. Um, compare count windows, top list, multi-windows, the AI, alerts, the new feature stock racing, anything like that. So it's all fair game as far as the software goes. So, all right, I will call that a day. And I thank you guys for popping in. I thank you for all the interactions. And I will catch you back here for hopefully Turnaround Tuesday tomorrow. All right, take care, everybody.